Chapter 582. Slender Waist Dance was quite depressed. She really didn't know what to do with Gu Fei. However, even though Gu Fei was strong, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Fighting was his passion, but he also understood how other players prioritize things in the game. If he didn't understand this, Gu Fei wouldn't have jumped out to show off during the auction. It was impossible that he didn't know that his appearance would only bring harm to Jian Nanyu and the others. Thinking about this, Slender Waist Dance felt that Gu Fei shouldn't be an obstacle. She didn't think that when Gu Fei came online that night and told him about the plan, Gu Fei would shake his head like a rattle drum. "How can you do this?" Gu Fei said. "Jian Nanyu and the others went to steal someone's equipment. It's fine if you don't stop them, but you're acting behind the scenes to reap the benefits. Isn't that too ridiculous?" "Yeah, how can you do this?" 100 Era's strategist said. Slender Waist Dance was flabbergasted. She didn't expect this reaction. Although most players wouldn't do something like this just because they wanted someone else's equipment, they wouldn't mind using this kind of method in desperate times. She didn't expect Gu Fei to object because of this reason. Looking at the others, the Han family young master looked like he already knew about this. Clearly, this was the reason why he gave Slender Waist Dance a hint. It wasn't because of Gu Fei's love for PvP. At this moment, he had a relaxed expression on his face as he waited to see how Slender Waist Dance would deal with this. Slender Waist Dance didn't say anything because she remembered that Gu Fei had told her that martial artists had strict moral standards. It seemed like Gu Fei wouldn't back down on this matter. "Then what should we do?" Slender Waist Dance didn't try to persuade him or get angry. Instead, she scratched her head and asked this question, making everyone's jaws drop. This didn't fit her personality. "Since you have the money to hire Jian Nanyu, why don't you just buy the staff?" Gu Fei said. "I'm willing to buy it, but he has to be willing to sell it first." Thin Waist Dance said. "If he doesn't want to sell, you're going to rob him?" Gu Fei asked. Slender Waist Dance had no choice but to push Boundless Mang out. "You go talk to him. Playing online games, isn't it just you killing me and I killing you?" Mang didn't have any psychological barriers to this. Even those who came from Moonlit Night City didn't have this barrier. "There's an order. If people don't blow me up, I won't blow them up," Gu Fei said. Boundless Mang retreated in defeat. Yutian Shinming jumped out and said, "Qianli, you're really something. A beauty's request, you actually, Gu Fei glanced at Yutian Shinming, and this brat immediately shut his mouth and retreated. Unscathed in battle saw that Yutian Shinming had already suffered, so of course he wouldn't touch this bad luck again. Slender Waist Dance looked at the others who didn't speak, hoping that they would have words to convince Gu Fei. In the end, Brother Yu hugged his little notebook and calmly pretended not to see it. Sword Demon nodded, coughed, and said, "Qianli is right. Fuck." Slender Waist Dance was helpless and looked at Boundless Mang. Boundless Mang sighed and was completely in despair. "Let's forget about the staff. I've spent all 1,500. Slender Waist Dance was indignant. "Just take it as a lesson learned." Gu Fei was still lecturing people. Slender Waist Dance couldn't beat him in a fight, and she wasn't in the right either. She could only use her gaze to kill. "Then what do you think we should do now?" Slender Waist Dance asked. "What else can we do? Let's just find him to kill," Gu Fei said. "If we don't use this method, how can we lure him out to kill?" Slender Waist Dance actually spent so much money just to help Boundless Mang get back the staff. What she wanted the most was to kill Sword Nanyu and take revenge. "Even if you don't buy them, they'll still try to steal the staff. Just keep guarding it," Gu Fei said. "Then you go and guard it," Slender Waist Dance said unhappily. "I'm going." In the end, Gu Fei really left just like that. This time, 100 Lives Jingluan didn't leave with Gu Fei. He finally knew who hired him this time. He looked at Slender Waist Dance and asked, "Then what about me now?" Go. Guard it together." Slender Waist Dance impatiently sent 100 Lives Jingluan away. When the two of them left one after another, Slender Waist Dance suddenly put away her scowling face and started laughing. Everyone was confused. They thought to themselves that this girl wouldn't be so angry that she became stupid, right? In the end, Slender Waist Dance hugged Boundless Mang's shoulder and said, "Let them go. Anyway, he'll be offline in 2 or 3 hours. When that time comes, we'll do what we have to do." Everyone looked at each other. This was really Gu Fei's weakness. The game was fixed for 3 hours a day. How could it be so coincidental that everything would happen during these 3 hours? The buyer of the staff might not even show up during these 3 hours. In the auction house, Sword Nanyu was already personally raising the signboard. In the morning, after Dao Xiangmu started, a few people took turns in 2 or 3 hours. Glue and Flaming Cloak, who had already appeared in the auction house and were judged to be robbers, benefited from this misfortune. Sword Nanyu was worried that the two of them would be recognized and ruin their overall plan. One of the necessary steps during the shift change was to let the person who came to replace them wear another wind-chasing emblem and complete a wanted mission. It was also a good opportunity to check if there was an ambush at the wanted mission office. If they passed by, they could also check the resurrection points. There was nothing unusual everywhere, which made Sword Nanyu feel more and more at ease. He didn't expect that the other party would really think that he would betray them for money. They really underestimated his professionalism. However, it was just as well. If he didn't underestimate them, how could he have such a good chance to get the staff so quietly? Jian Nanyu was thinking happily in the auction house. Suddenly, someone came to his side without him noticing. Sword Nanyu turned his head to take a look. He knew that this was the absolute safe zone, but he still broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Fei had appeared beside him without him knowing. Glancing at the signboard in his hand, Gu Fei said, "You really have a lot of tricks." The two of them had been enemies for a long time, but they had never talked so closely. Sword Nanyu's mind was spinning. There was only one question he was trying to figure out: what is this guy doing here? In the end, Gu Fei quickly gave him the answer. He suddenly shouted to the players in the queue, "Everyone, be careful. This person is Sword Nanyu. He specializes in robbing in the game. Especially those who have bought the ideal staff, be careful." Fuck. Sword Nanyu was shocked. Although he didn't guess Gu Fei's intention, he thought that since Slender Waist Dance had greeted him, he might have come to threaten them. He didn't expect Gu Fei to ruin their plan. How did Slender Waist Dance greet them? Gu Fei's words naturally caused an uproar. The news of the robbers appearing in the auction house had been digested for a day, and it had spread far and wide. It would have been fine if Gu Fei hadn't shouted. Everyone who passed by took a glance and thought that Sword Nanyu's signboard was a joke. Now that he reminded them, everyone began to think deeply. Using such a crude method instead of going to the forum was already suspicious. However, everyone knew that the ideal staff had just been put up for auction 2 days ago, and it was said that the buyer had yet to show up. So, such a crude method of waiting for a rabbit to appear was much more reliable than going to the forum. However, after hearing Gu Fei's words, everyone immediately realized that these guys didn't want to buy it. They wanted to figure out the owner of the ideal staff and then drop it. What happened next was almost a repeat of what happened to Glue and Fire Blazing Coat yesterday. The players surrounded Sword Nanyu angrily and scolded him to their heart's content. But Sword Nanyu was indeed the boss. Compared to Glue and Fire Blazing Coat yesterday, he was much calmer. Anyway, no matter how many people surrounded him, they couldn't touch or spit on him. He calmly put away the wooden signboard and calmly sent a message to his brothers, "Go to the wanted office and take a look. Be careful." Something happened again? The other side asked quickly. Yes, Qianli suddenly came over and exposed my identity when he was drunk. I really don't know what they want. They want us to help them drop equipment and now they're here to cause trouble. Sword Nanyu said. After everyone was silent, Glue sent a message, "Nan, why don't you admit defeat this time? Let's give up on this mission. Does everyone think so? Sword Nan Yu knew that they were all together. The answer was likely to be discussed and then passed on through Glue's mouth. Yes. Glue responded. Sigh, let's talk about it after I get away. Sword Nan Yu's wind-chasing emblem was on standby at this time. However, he wouldn't use it until he was sure that it was safe. The crowd was surging. Sword Nan Yu could no longer see where Gu Fei was. He could only grit his teeth in hatred. Glue and the others carefully arrived at the wanted office. They didn't dare to go too close. After observing from all angles and levels, they confirmed that there was no one. However, this was only because there was no one outside the house. It was entirely possible that someone was lying in ambush inside the house. If that was the case, entering the door was equivalent to looking for death. The few of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, a newbie player hopped past. Dao Xiangmu had a plan. He stopped the newbie player and gave him a few gold coins. He asked him to go in and help them take a look. When he returned, he would give him a piece of equipment. The newbie player happily went in and didn't return from the mission. He described the players and classes he saw inside. There was only one person in the wanted office, a Grandmaster of Combat. 100 generations of experience. Glue and Blazing Jacket immediately said. They were trampled to death by this guy yesterday. There was indeed an ambush. Everyone sighed. Thank you, there's nothing else for you. Dao Xiangmu casually gave the newbie a piece of equipment and sent him away. Everyone hurriedly reported the situation to Sword Nan Yu. If that's the case, then let's just wait. I was going to raise my sign here anyway. Sword Nan Yu said. Everyone was in pain. Sword Nan Yu said it casually. However, he was definitely being condemned by everyone in the auction house. Glue and Blazing Jacket had already experienced this yesterday. It wasn't a good feeling. However, the problem was that 100 generations of experience was not an ordinary person. Although there were 6 of them, they didn't dare say that they were a match for him. Or should we lure him away? Glue and Blackwater, the 2 classes with speed, suggested. Yes, that's a way. No matter how strong he is, he doesn't know how to split himself. He won't be able to outrun you guys. It shouldn't be a problem. Everyone agreed with this decision. Chapter 583. Aeon Statecraft isn't fast, unlike Qianli's Drunken Punch. The 6 of them felt this idea was brilliant. Then I'll go. Blackwater volunteered. Glue had just died a heroic death yesterday, so they didn't want him to be hurt again. We'll keep an eye on him. If it doesn't work, we'll group up and go. I don't believe he can survive. Mu Xiangmu said. Why not? It's not like we haven't tried. Don't be impulsive. The Invincible Knight's lucky star had spoken. During the Battle of Xiaoyu City, the 100 Lives strategist had made a move, and that was because he had been merciful. For example, Jian Nanyu, who had not been merciful, had been sent to the resurrection point. Jian Nanyu was the strongest among them. Blackwater set off under the encouragement of his brothers. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very nervous. Aeon Statecraft wasn't fast, but he was a monster. Blackwater was afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to run away and his neck would be broken. In the end, he could only use the invincible self-hypnosis method, so what if I die? It's just a drop of 1 level. Blackwater walked to the door and took a deep breath. He pushed the door open and saw Aeon Statecraft standing inside. Without a word, he closed the door and ran. The direction and route were all chosen. Blackwater didn't have time to look back and ran like his life depended on it. Half a minute later, there was a message. Blackwater didn't have time to look at it. He continued to run like his life depended on it. After going through 8 streets, he looked back and was relieved when he didn't see Aeon Statecraft. Even so, he didn't dare to slack off. While trying his best to go to places with more people, he began to check the messages that kept ringing non-stop along the way. Where is he? Where's Aeon Statecraft? Where did you go? Didn't he chase you, idiot? What are you doing? A long string of messages were sent by his brothers. Blackwater was stunned. He found someone to reply, what's going on? Damn, you're still alive. Where did you go? Don't you know how to look back? Aeon Statecraft didn't come out. Blackwater was talking to Dao Xiangmu. How? Blackwater was surprised. Did he see you? Dao Xiangmu asked. We saw you run after pushing the door. I saw it. He's standing at the door, and we'll see him as soon as we open the door. How can we not see him? Blackwater said affirmatively. Are you sure it's 100 Lives Classic as well? Inakami asked. It's him. That's strange. Dao Kagemu did not reply, and the others were also puzzled after hearing what he said. Blackwater hurriedly went back to the original spot. The other 5 people were still squatting there. Maybe I was too flustered and ran too fast, so he didn't see clearly which one I was. Blackwater thought about it on the way back and felt that this was the only reaction. At that time, he was too wary and ran away as soon as he opened the door. He saw it clearly, but he came prepared. It was too sudden for 100 Lives Statecraft. Maybe when he noticed the door was opened, he saw Blackwater running away. Fuck. Everyone despised her. Blackwater volunteered to fight with a calm look, but it turned out that she was also nervous. I won't do it this time. Blackwater was also embarrassed. This time, he was ready to risk it all. Hurry up, Danan is probably drowning in their saliva. Huaruni, who was experienced, said. Even in the safe zone, they can't spit on us, right? Blackwater turned back and asked. Everyone gave him a middle finger. In front of the wanted mission office, Blackwater took a deep breath. He realized that the last surprise attack had the opposite effect. He felt that he should slow down this time. The door was slowly pushed open by him. 100 Lives Classic stood in front of him, and the two looked at each other. How could he not see clearly? Blackwater was confident this time, so he closed the door and ran away. But with the lesson from last time, he couldn't just run without turning back. But before he turned back, he received a message. Blackwater's heart skipped a beat. He turned back, and sure enough, no one was chasing him. He opened the message, and it was the same brother's criticism. Everyone was questioning how Blackwater did things. Fuck, that's weird. Did that guy fall asleep while standing there? Blackwater was very depressed. He turned back, but he was afraid that 100 Lives Classic was just slow and would suddenly jump out at this moment. So he deliberately kept a distance from the wanted mission office. He turned his head and looked at the place where the other 5 people were hiding. They were pointing their middle fingers at him expressionlessly. I'll definitely see clearly this time. I promise. Blackwater swore to everyone. Can you make a move after you're sure he's going to take action? Don't worry. He's much slower than you, and he can't run as fast as you. If he's chasing closely, I'll help you distract him. Glue said. I'm really not afraid. Last time was enough for him to see clearly. Blackwater was depressed. He couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Back in front of the door, Blackwater gritted his teeth and decided to go all out this time. He kicked the door open boldly, and glared at 100 Lives Classic. 100 Lives Classic was still standing in the same position. When he heard the sound of the door, he glanced over, and then looked away again. He was very bored as he flipped through the wanted mission on the wanted menu. Blackwater was at a loss for half a minute. The other 5 people were also very surprised. Blackwater was too manly this time. He opened the door and stood there for half a minute without moving. What were they doing? Half a minute later, 100 Lives Classic was still busy with his own work. Blackwater couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "What are you doing? Come and kill me." 100 Lives Classic turned his head and looked around again. There were only 2 of them in the entire wanted mission office. "Talking to me?" 100 Lives Classic asked. "Of course." Blackwater said. "Who are you?" 100 Lives Classic was surprised. Blackwater was confused in the wind immediately. He now knew why 100 Lives Classic didn't chase him twice. It wasn't that 100 Lives Classic didn't see clearly, but that 100 Lives Classic didn't know him at all. Although they had dealt with each other before, it was all in a hurry and then they parted. Of course, 100 Lives Classic had left a deep impression on everyone. It was Blackwater's fault that he didn't treat himself as a character and thought that 100 Lives Classic would remember his appearance. Now he knew that he was just a passerby in 100 Lives Classic's eyes. Just like the newbie player who helped them to confirm the situation in the wanted mission office, who would recognize him after a few days. Obviously, Blackwater was such a trash in 100 Lives Classic's eyes. The top 5, top 10, and top 7 were just bubbles in front of such a master. He could break them with one finger. Blackwater was there, but 100 Lives Classic was still surprised. Seeing that the man didn't respond, he asked again, "Who are you?" I'm with Jian Nanyu." Blackwater answered. He was really worried that 100 Lives Classic would ask again, "What's Jian Nanyu?" Fortunately, the tragedy didn't happen. 100 Lives Classic answered with an, "Oh," and then asked, "Where's Jian Nanyu? Why isn't he here yet?" Blackwater was a little relieved. Finally, their boss had some status in 100 Lives Classic's eyes, and he wasn't a passerby who couldn't even recognize him. "If you want to see our boss, you have to go through me first." Blackwater roared, and then he was ready to run. As long as he lured 100 Lives Classic away, his goal would be achieved. However, 100 Lives Classic glanced at him again and said, "Crazy." Then he went to browse the wanted mission panel. Blackwater broke down. 100 Lives Classic really didn't care about him. It was like fighting against an enemy on the battlefield. If you wanted to lure the enemy's general to chase after you, you should at least have the same amount of people. You were just a small foot soldier, who would care about you if you tried to lure Lu Bu? If you really wanted to pester someone to attack you, you would be cut with a halberd. You wouldn't get any attention at all. That was Blackwater's current situation. He couldn't lure him, and he didn't dare to attack him. He just stood there like an idiot. In the end, Blackwater didn't even know how he retreated with shame. As soon as Blackwater came out, he ran toward the 5 people, which startled them. They thought that he was crazy. In the end, he came out, but there was still no movement behind him. It was too abnormal. This time, Blackwater had been in there for a long time. They thought he was dead, but he still didn't come out. There must be something wrong. What happened? Blackwater and the 5 people couldn't wait to ask him. Blackwater's face twisted like a bitter gourd, and he said painfully, "He didn't know me." Ah. They didn't understand at first, but after thinking for a while, they understood what he meant. Then I introduced myself. He only cared about where Danan was, and didn't want to talk to me. Blackwater said gloomily. How could that be? Then he trampled me to death yesterday. Huolini said angrily. Maybe because we met Qianli yesterday and got drunk? Qianli recognized us when he was drunk, Glue said. Qianli was better when he was drunk. 100 Lives Classic is too arrogant. Blackwater hit the wall. Hey! They glanced at him and thought, what the hell is this? All of them had their minds twisted, and now they were actually paying attention to this kind of thing. Let me go. We just fought yesterday, I can recognize him. Glue said. That's no use, I already introduced myself. He's waiting for Danan now. Blackwater said. He's too stubborn. Everyone looked at him in disdain, but at the same time, they felt wronged. He didn't even want them. Using Gu Long's metaphor, it was like no one cared about a naked woman. This was a disgrace. Fight him! Dao Xiangmu shouted. Although he was a cleric, he was the more combative one among the 7 people. Calm down, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. We still have days to live. The others hurriedly persuaded him. As they persuaded, they reported the situation to Jian Nanyu. Jian Nanyu didn't care, you don't have to worry about it, go do what you need to do. Let's see how long they'll wait. I'll take care of 2 of them, or even a few of them. It won't be a loss. Everyone saw that Jian Nanyu was at his wit's end. They knew that Qianli wouldn't stay online for long once he was drunk. They were no match for him in the game, so they could only make a fuss here. It was basically the same as kicking the plug of the opponent if they couldn't beat him online. It was quite despicable, and Jian Nanyu was forced to do this. Damn it, it's all that bitch Silvermoon's fault. The 6 of them were completely out of control. After some thought, they blamed Silvermoon for the mission. We might even have to compensate him. Fuck, fuck, fuck. They were even angrier at the thought. Let's teach this kid a lesson. The 6 of them looked at each other. They finally found someone to bully. Chapter 584. The 6 of them didn't say this to Jian Nanyu. Although they knew that Jian Nanyu hated Silvermoon, Jian Nanyu cared more about the reputation and credibility of the team. If word got out that they had harmed the team instead of completing the mission, the impact would be too bad. However, the 6 of them couldn't swallow their anger and needed to vent it out. Even 2 random passers-by wouldn't be enough. The 6 of them also needed something that could touch their souls. Other than Silvermoon, there was no one more suitable. Let's do it. Blackwater gritted his teeth. Originally, the one who suffered the most damage was Fiery Jacket, but after today's incident, Blackwater seemed to have caught up. We have to do it without leaving any traces. Glue said, if we go together, it'll be too conspicuous. That kid might see through us. Then what should we do? Let's pick a few people to go. Glue suggested. I'll go. They all raised their hands, the atmosphere was lively. Let's draw lots. Dao Xiangmu suggested, 4 people, the remaining 2 will be on standby. 4 people should be enough to take care of Silvermoon. Didn't you say that Silvermoon has a few experts with him? Lucky Star reminded. Don't worry, Silvermoon wouldn't dare let those people know about his deal with us, so he'll definitely come privately. Glue said. You're saying that we should invite him? Wouldn't that be too revealing? Lucky Star said. With the current situation, it's inevitable for us to invite him. Glue sighed. Everyone was silent for a long time. You're saying that the mission is going to be declared a failure? Someone finally spoke. Didn't everyone already think so? Glue said. Everyone sighed deeply. That's right. They all thought so when they went online today. But when Jian Nanyu suddenly received a letter from Slender Waist Dance, they thought that there was still a chance. Who would have thought that Qianli would get drunk? This fellow didn't fit Jian Nanyu's expectations at all. He continued to harass them and the situation wouldn't change. But what about Danan? Of course, Jian Nanyu and the others understood. To put it nicely, he wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. To put it bluntly, he wouldn't give up until he saw the coffin. Seeing that he could endure the humiliation of being surrounded by the crowd at the auction, it was obvious that he didn't think that he had to give up. The few of them immediately fell silent again. No one could bear to see Jian Nanyu's patience turn into a futile effort. Since he still wanted to work hard, as brothers, they should support him to the end. Actually, there's no need to use our name to meet Silvermoon. Let's try using the mail method or the offline method. Inakagami suggested. The principle behind the so-called mail method and the offline method were the same. Players had to be at a fixed location to complete the operation to grasp the target's movements. It was the simplest, but also the most effective method. No matter how amazing a player was, as long as they recognized the other party, they could use these two methods to locate the other party. Similarly, he could also use the trading method, and so on. Of course, it would be difficult for Silvermoon to encounter him in a crowded place like the trading hall, but it was hard to say for the other two places, especially the offline method, which had a 100% accuracy rate. With Silvermoon's current situation, even if she appears in these two places, she'll definitely wear a disguise. Do you guys have the confidence to recognize her? Glue mentioned this difficult problem, which was also the reason why he didn't mention this method in the beginning. Wearing a disguise is a big characteristic, and we know her class and level. With everyone's abilities, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Inokagami said. Everyone nodded. She might have dropped in level, but the experience from robbing was still there. This ability to identify a target wouldn't be lost no matter how many times she was killed, unless her level was so low that she couldn't identify the target. However, Silvermoon's level was even lower than theirs. Alright, let's make arrangements. Glue found the map of Whitestone City. This kind of thing wasn't provided by the game system, but as the players' understanding of the game deepened, people with professional talents in this area began to make this kind of thing. The map of Whitestone City in Glue's hands was said to be the work of a professional cartographer. The most suitable areas for Silvermoon to train in are the White River Valley, the Silver Beach, and the White Birch Forest. However, with his current situation, he definitely wouldn't dare to go to the more prosperous areas. Excluding these, the only possible places for him to be are here, here, and here. Glue skillfully sketched on the map. These places are the most suitable for Silvermoon to go back to the main city. The fastest way is to go through the East Gate and go to the Thief Guild or the Archer shooting range. Inokagami tilted her head. Based on the current situation in Whitestone City, Silvermoon will definitely be hit when he's down if he's bumped into someone. However, there's absolutely no professional search or arrangement for him, so all he needs to do is disguise his identity. There's no need to go around in circles to avoid any security, so taking the shortest route to go offline as soon as possible is the safest way to prevent any accidents from happening. Then we'll set up an ambush in these two places. Me, Burning Clothes, and Lin Mu will go to the Archer shooting range. Blackwater, Inokagami, and Invincible will go to the Thief Guild. Let's do it like this. Everyone should hide your identity and communicate with each other. Let's go. Glue announced. Professional robbers didn't need intelligence, but rather experience. In a short few minutes, they had already sorted out their thoughts and set up a trap for Silvermoon. The two groups of 3 each headed to the 2 revival points. What made them happy was that these 2 revival points weren't the first choice after coming out of the auction house or the bounty office. In other words, they wouldn't be in danger of meeting Gu Fei and the 100 Eras strategist. This news made them excited. If only I could get his king's sword. Robbers were indeed robbers. Originally, they had planned to do it to vent their anger, but once they really started doing it, they were still thinking about whether or not they could get any rewards from the loot. Then let's see who's lucky. Glue smiled. Although they didn't know how long they had to wait, they weren't unfamiliar with this kind of situation. More importantly, killing Silvermoon wasn't difficult at all. They hadn't experienced this kind of relaxed atmosphere in a long time. They talked and laughed and the atmosphere changed. Everyone felt that using Silvermoon to vent their anger was a wise decision. Jiannanyu was still in contact with the others and prepared to set up an ambush for Silvermoon. In the end, they didn't hide it from him. Jiannanyu didn't want to do this, but he realized that this plan made his brothers excited. This was the good thing that he hoped for. Since that was the case, he wouldn't be stingy with sacrificing Silvermoon, the trash. Although this went against their professionalism, compared to the extraordinary significance of this matter, they could rebuild their professionalism in the future. In contrast, the 6 of them were more worried about Jiannanyu's situation in the auction house. However, Jiannanyu simply said, "It's fine." In the auction house, there were waves of people surrounding him. Yesterday, the two robbers didn't hesitate to use teleportation to escape after being surrounded by the crowd, which made the crowd secretly happy. However, today's robber was really arrogant. Facing everyone's criticism, his expression remained the same. He took out 2 cotton balls from somewhere and stuffed them in his ears. He then sat on the ground and took out a handwritten copy of Butterfly Blues, Crossing the Horizon, from his pocket and read it with relish. The players were going crazy, but they couldn't do anything to him in the absolute safe zone. Some people even brought up the GM to threaten him. Jiannan, you could only laugh at their childishness. Robbing was different from stealing accounts. They were taking advantage of the loopholes in the game. Since the game had set the rules that players would lose levels, equipment, and money in PK, it was a rule in the game. The concept of malicious PK was too vague. How would they determine it? Do they want witnesses or physical evidence? Jiannan Yu had been in the online gaming circle for a long time. He didn't believe that the GM would have the time to care about this matter. Replying with, "Players settle their own disputes," was already good enough. Do you think I'm a newbie? You're trying to scare me. Jiannan Yu gave a middle finger to the players who threatened the GM and continued reading his book. The entire auction house was in an uproar. It was a huge mess. Gu Fei, who was in the crowd, was also angered to the point of suffering internal injuries. This guy was really shameless. In this kind of situation, he was still calm and collected. He really had a lot of faith in robbing. The voices of public opinion couldn't knock him down. Looking at the situation in the auction house, the normal business had been interrupted. If there were players who wanted to get their hands on the staff, they could forget about it. The NPC was near Jiannan Yu, the core of the circle. Where could they go? They had to have superhuman willpower and perseverance. Even though Gu Fei was angry, he couldn't do anything. He didn't want to waste time with Jiannan Yu, so he squeezed out of the auction house. Slender Waist Dance and Boundless Mang Mang, who were hiding near the auction house, stuck out their tongues. That's too much. He's actually so vicious to expose someone's identity. That Han family young master seemed to have done the same thing yesterday, Boundless Mang Mang said. Jackals of the same tribe, jackals of the same tribe. Slender Waist Dance sighed. Jiannan Yu is really shameless. He still hasn't left. I heard that the 2 small fries yesterday were scared away. Boundless Mang Mang continued to compare. Even if they flew away, they would still die. 100 Generations Jingluan isn't here. He's probably waiting at the wanted mission office. That's why Jiannan Yu is hanging on. I think he wants to wait until Qinli goes offline. Slender Waist Dance had heard about how the 2 small fries died yesterday, so she could guess the plan of Gu Fei and 100 Generations Jingluan. If that's the case, Qinli really can't do anything about it, Boundless Mang Mang said. Yes, go to sleep. Slender Waist Dance prayed. However, she saw Gu Fei walking toward their hiding place. Oh no, have we been discovered? Boundless Mang Mang immediately shrank his head. That can't be. Slender Waist Dance also shrank back. He can sense killing intent. Did you show any killing intent? What killing intent? What kind of killing intent can I have against him? I didn't either. While the 2 girls were muttering, Gu Fei had already arrived in front of them. Hi. The 2 waved at Gu Fei. What are you doing? Gu Fei asked. Ahem. It's getting late. Aren't you going to rest? Slender Waist Dance asked. Gu Fei already knew what this girl was thinking. He smiled and said, "What's the rush? We still have to work tomorrow." Slender Waist Dance reminded him. Didn't I tell you? I'm a teacher. Gu Fei said. What's wrong with a teacher? Slender Waist Dance wanted to say something, but Boundless Mang Mang had already pulled her back. He frowned and said to her, "It's winter break." Chapter 585. Fuck fuck fuck. Slender Waist Dance wanted to spit on Gu Fei's face. Seeing the two of them frowning, Gu Fei shook his head and said, "Looks like you two haven't realized your mistakes. Go as far as you can." Slender Waist Dance's face darkened. "That's good," Gu Fei said as he squeezed to the side of the two. He also peeked his head out from the wall and said, "I still have to pay attention to Jian Nanyu's actions." Slender Waist Dance and Boundless Mango lost their original positions after being squeezed by him. Slender Waist Dance didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She stomped her feet and complained to Boundless Mango, "Why is this person so annoying?" Boundless Mango saw that with Gu Fei here, he wouldn't be able to use these unconventional methods to get back the magic staff. He could only helplessly pat him and say, "Then keep an eye on him. If you see a buyer for the magic staff, ask him if he'll sell it to me for a high price." "That's fine. I'll ask him for you when I see him." Gu Fei nodded. "Then I'll be leaving first." Boundless Mango said goodbye to the two. Slender Waist Dance saw that Boundless Mango was actually saying goodbye to her and was confused. "What? I'm leaving. I'm leaving too." "Why are you leaving? Aren't you going to find Jian Nanyu for revenge? You can be with Qianli," Boundless Mango reminded her. "That's right," Gu Fei interrupted without turning his head. Slender Waist Dance thought about it and realized that it was true. This was supposed to be her ultimate goal, but why did she feel so uncomfortable? "I'm leaving." Boundless Mango said goodbye and left. Slender Waist Dance stayed where she was. When she saw Gu Fei's furtive behavior in the corner, she was so angry that she couldn't help but want to stab him with a knife. In the end, before she could get into position, Gu Fei reminded her without turning his head, "Don't mess around." Slender Waist Dance banged her head against the wall. She was about to die from anger. "How long are you going to wait?" Slender Waist Dance asked. "Until he comes out," Gu Fei said. "What kind of grudge do you have against him?" Slim Waist Dance was puzzled by Gu Fei's persistence. "Getting rid of evil for the people," Gu Fei said. Slim Waist Dance was speechless. She didn't know how to comment on such behavior. What if he doesn't come out? Slender Waist Dance gritted her teeth as she spoke. "I'm prepared." Gu Fei reached into his pocket and took out a book. "If he can read, why can't I?" "Where did you get the books?" Slim Waist Dancer was stunned. "I don't know about his. Mine was made by the students of Encyclopedic Scholar," Gu Fei said. "The Scholar of the 100 Lives is also a teacher." Slender Waist Dance's last glimmer of hope was shattered. She originally thought that Gu Fei was a teacher, but the Scholar of the 100 Lives couldn't possibly be one as well. If that was the case, Gu Fei could be there, but the Scholar of the 100 Lives would still have to go offline. In that case, Gu Fei wouldn't be able to take care of both sides by himself. In the end, it's more or less the same. Gu Fei didn't explain much. He turned around and smiled at Slender Waist Dance. "Anyway, you know that there's a winter break." Slender Waist Dance roared in her heart. "What book are you reading?" Slender Waist Dance, who had regained some of her vitality, went over to take a look at Gu Fei's book. Gu Fei showed her the cover, 8 Extremities Door. "What's this?" "It's about 8 Extremities Fist," Gu Fei said. "Let me see." Slender Waist Dance thought that since she really had to squat like this, reading was indeed a good pastime. She would trick this guy into giving her the book and let him squat until he died of boredom. Gu Fei didn't think much of it and handed the book to Slender Waist Dance. Slender Waist Dance flipped to the first page. The first sentence was, "Beyond the 9 states, beyond the 8 yin, beyond the 8 hung, beyond the 8 hung, there are 8 extremities." Slender Waist Dance's hand trembled and the book fell to the ground. Gu Fei hurriedly picked it up, afraid that the book would be refreshed. Even if the Night Streak sword fell to the ground, he wouldn't be this nervous. Just as he was about to say a few words to Slender Waist Dance, he saw that the girl had already run away crying. "If you don't understand, you can ask me. Seriously. Gu Fei muttered as he dusted off the book. Slender Waist Dance, who was crying, quickly caught up to Boundless Mang and hugged Boundless Mang. I'll never play with monsters again. Slender Waist Dance cried. Inside and outside the auction house, the Wanted Mission Office, the Archer Shooting Range, and the Thieves Guild. 9 people, 5 places, and 2 books. Everyone was waiting for their own targets. Time passed by slowly, and nothing changed in any of the places. Those who were supposed to come never came, and those who were not supposed to come kept swarming in. Ah, this paragraph is well written. Gu Fei blabbered on about the paragraph in the book and sent it to Encyclopedic Classics. Yeah, I like this paragraph too. Encyclopedic Classics received the message and had an intense discussion with Gu Fei. Jian Nanyu was even more engrossed in the story. He held the book in one hand and stretched out 2 fingers of his other hand as if he was pinching a fly. The onlookers were very confused. They speculated if it was a new disdainful gesture, and the curses were endless. When Jian Nanyu saw the masked killer in the book, he felt even more familiar. He also took out a piece of cloth and covered his face. The onlookers who came later could not even see what Jian Nanyu looked like, and they cursed anxiously. As for the other 2 places, there were more people, so it was not lonely. One was playing Fight the Landlord, and the other was Tie the Golden Flower. They were games that Jian Nanyu and his team often played when they were waiting for their targets. They would not feel bored no matter how long they played. In the blink of an eye, it was already 11 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, it was time for Gu Fei to go offline. Gu Fei was Jian Nanyu's assassination target. At the same time, he was Jian Nanyu's imaginary opponent for a period of time. He knew Gu Fei's schedule as well as Gu Fei's friends. When he saw that it was about time, he tried to add him as a friend. In the end, he added Qianli Drunk as your friend. Jian Nanyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Qianli Drunk was too fucking fierce. He did not even turn off his friend request. Then, the system prompted, Qianli Drunk has added you as a friend. After adding the other party as a friend, the other party could not reject the friend request. This was the system's rule. What's wrong? Are you coming out? Gu Fei's message came. Jian Nanyu did not answer. His intention had been seen through by others. I'm not going to sleep today. I'll wait for you until dawn. This was bad news. Jian Nanyu broke down. He replied with a trembling voice, why are you not letting us go? Getting rid of a pest for the people. It was still the same answer. You've already gotten rid of enough. Can you change to a pest? Jian Nanyu admitted that he was not a good person. Then introduce me. Gu Fei said. Jian Nanyu was depressed. Of course, he knew many people in the same industry. They cooperated, competed, hated each other, and even made use of each other. However, this kind of directly selling one's identity was extremely despicable in the circle. Jian Nanyu had a good character and did not want to be so unprincipled. Also, 100 Era's scholar doesn't sleep either. The bad news came one after another. Jian Nanyu was not in the mood to read novels anymore. What will it take for you to let us go? In the end, Jian Nanyu gave in. He had already admitted that he wasn't his opponent, but he never thought that the other side would sacrifice so much time to waste with him. After all, there were benefits to him wasting time, but the other side did not have such benefits. To kill one person, he sacrificed a week of time. A week was very precious in the game. Jian Nanyu understood the ways of the game. He knew that the more skilled a player was, the less likely they would make such a sacrifice. For example, Sword Demon and the others might not be willing to waste a week like this. However, this Qianli Drunk was an anomaly. As an in-game player, he was too unprofessional. Ah, I've never thought about this problem. Gu Fei was speaking the truth. He really hadn't thought about it. Even though losing a level was a heavy punishment, they couldn't be killed. As long as they turned their heads, they could stand up again. Turning over a new leaf. That was even more ridiculous. Gu Fei didn't think that he was strong enough to change their minds. Forcing them was even more unscientific. He could guard here for a day or two, but could he guard here for the rest of his life? What a sharp question. Gu Fei scratched his head. Jian Nanyu was even more depressed. This was the same as chasing them for no reason. There wasn't even a reason. Did he have to give up on robbing? Fuck, why did I come to the game if I didn't rob? Was I supposed to go back to farming gold? Jian Nanyu had been a professional gamer for many years, but he didn't have any ambitions. He had never thought of setting up a studio to make a proper living. He advocated freedom and just wanted to do some work for himself. As long as he didn't starve to death, it was fine. In his early years, he had been doing the simplest, low-end jobs like farming gold. As his gaming skills improved and he gained some opportunities, he also did some high-level jobs like gold farming. The rules of the game in the parallel world and the huge group of players made him set his sights on robbing people. Jian Nanyu was a famous professional gamer, but he wasn't a top expert like Sword Demon or Yutian Shinming that everyone knew. Jian Nanyu. Oh, I know, professional. Jian Nanyu's reputation in the online gaming circle could be summed up in 2 words, professional. After he arrived in the parallel world, he crazily leveled up in order to find a way out. He killed his way to the top 5. Jian Nanyu had a good eye. The robbing industry in the parallel world was very popular. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. He obviously couldn't accept doing the most difficult and tiring job of farming gold like he did in the beginning. If he wanted to change his profession, he would have to find a more profitable job. There were indeed such jobs in the parallel world. Take the map with glue for example. The market price for such things that were hand-drawn by players wasn't low. Other than that, there were people making boats in Waterfront City, people making beautiful exteriors and interiors in various cities, and people making all kinds of beautiful accessories. Recently, there were rumors that some people even made cigarettes. However, all of these jobs had one thing in common. They all had to be supported by professional knowledge. Those who drew pictures had to know how to draw. Those who made clothes had to be either fashion designers or tailors. It was a tragedy for Jian Nanyu. He didn't know anything other than playing games. He was a professional gamer through and through. Other than playing games and robbing people, he really couldn't find a better way to make a living. Fucking Qianli was drunk and insisted on going against me. How could he let me go without saying anything? Does he really want me to die? Jian Nanyu thought in grief and anger as he suddenly stood up from the ground. Ah! The surrounding players were shocked. They weren't used to this guy who had been lying on the ground all this while suddenly standing up. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll drop your equipment tomorrow. Jian Nanyu suddenly roared at the surrounding players. Fuck, you still dare to be arrogant. The cursing became louder. Jian Nanyu didn't respond. He only sneered and stared at the people who were cursing him fiercely. The players suddenly felt guilty. If they were really targeted. Fuck, I don't even know these people around me. Now that there are so many people, who would recognize me in the future? Who would care about me? Who would protect me? As they thought about it, the cursing gradually died down. Chapter 586. Azure's words gaze swept across the crowd coldly, showing an aura of disregarding life and death. The spectators became more and more diffident. Many people had already chosen to avoid Azure's words gaze. There were also many who hid their faces. As the saying went, one could be a thief for 1,000 days, but one couldn't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Moreover, in the game, one couldn't catch or kill a thief. It could be considered a lifelong career. What about normal players? Could it be that they had to guard against thieves for their entire lives? Especially those who stood at the front of the crowd, they were filled with regret. They felt that they had caused a lot of trouble. Even if they washed up, they would still leave behind a stench. They hid their faces and turned their heads, wanting to retreat. Azure Sword also walked out proudly under such a situation. The players thought that it was best for him to leave now. Anyway, they had been confronting each other for so long. Since they had already offended him, it was useless to be afraid. If he dared to go out, they would kill him. After that, he would flee far away. He wouldn't be able to find him. With this thought in mind, no one stood up to stop Azure Sword. Many people were already waiting for him to go out and get rid of a pest for the people. What was the point of hiding now? If he really wanted to, he would have already been targeted. Unexpectedly, Jian Nanyu didn't walk out of the crowd. Instead, he walked up to an auction booth from the crowd and started fiddling with his keyboard. The players who followed closely behind him looked at the interface he was operating. The search term was, teleportation scroll. Fuck, someone shouted. This guy was going to use the teleportation scroll to disappear. It meant that he was still afraid. Guilty conscience, evil can't defeat justice. These were indeed the truth. With this thought, the players became excited again. The guy who was preparing to sneak up on Azure Sword also revealed himself openly. He waved the scroll and circled above his head, cursing loudly. Azure Sword ignored them. After searching, there really were teleportation scrolls in the auction house. According to current research, the drop rate of teleportation scrolls from spell-type monsters around level 50 was obviously higher. However, killing a level 50 monster that was 10 levels higher could only be done by an extremely strong team. In addition to the drop rate was still extremely limited. However, it was no longer the kind of high-end stuff that ordinary people had never even heard of. However, with the current production rate and the fact that it was a consumable item that could only be used once, there weren't many people who would treat it as a common item. In the eyes of ordinary players, it was basically an act of throwing money into the water and listening to the sound. Jiannan Yoshi was here to earn money from the game, so it was even more impossible for him to do such a thing. Unfortunately, he was forced into a corner. Looking at the string of numbers behind the teleportation scroll, he felt his heart shatter. He gritted his teeth for a long time before slamming it down. Jian Nan turned around and someone immediately shouted, "Don't let him go." At this moment, the scroll had been won. However, Jian Nanyu still had to make a trip to the NPC who had delivered the scroll to obtain it. Jian Nan coldly stared at the player who shouted and nodded, "I'll remember you." This player couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Just a moment ago, he thought that Sword Southbound had a guilty conscience and that evil would definitely lose. Now, that confidence was gone for some reason. He shrunk his neck, but he had no choice but to encourage himself. He stuck out his chest and said, "Who are you trying to scare?" Lolly's saber, strength agility type. Current market price is 200 gold. Karen's armor. Not bad, but the stats are average. Market price is at most 100 gold. Control ring. This is not bad. Magic defense ring. Ice, fire, and lightning magic resistance increases. Although the increase is a bit low, 500 gold is not a problem. Vitality emblem. Increases agility. It's a waste for you to use it. If you sell it to an archer or thief, it should be worth 300 gold. Jian Nanyu spoke slowly and actually commented on this player's equipment from head to toe. As he spoke, he took out a pen and paper to record everything he said. In the end, he sighed and said, "Everything on your body. 2,750 gold. You played quite well." There was complete silence. Jian Nanyu displayed the professional qualities that a robber should have. After verification, his evaluation of this player's equipment was not bad at all. For a moment, the players who were looking at this person were either appraising his equipment or looking at him as if he was a tragedy. "Someone will contact you very soon." Jian Nanyu closed the small notebook in his hand as if he had just sentenced this guy to death. Then, he looked at the others. Is there anyone else? Everyone's eyes started to flicker again. Jian Nanyu left the auction stage and walked out. The people in front of him avoided his gaze and unconsciously made way for him. Jian Nanyu sneered. He understood the thoughts of these ordinary players too well. The one he always misjudged was that guy, Qianli Drunk. That guy's thoughts were not a player's. Jian Nanyu thought of this name and broke the pen in his hand. Then, under everyone's gaze and without any obstruction, Jian Nanyu went to the NPC to pick up the goods and took the teleportation scroll. He turned around and glanced at the players who didn't dare to look at him. He shook the scroll and teleported away. The players were stunned for a long time. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a moment. Everyone's thoughts were the same. They were very unhappy to see such a savage robber, but they didn't dare to stand out in fear of being targeted. When one's own interests weren't really harmed, one's bravery would always be deeply hidden. Everyone was silent for a while before they started to leave the auction house dejectedly. After contacting Jian Nanyu, Gu Fei didn't hide in the corner anymore. He stood in the plaza outside the door and strolled around while reading a book. There were many people in the auction house, and he knew that they were there to watch Jian Nanyu. At this time, he suddenly saw a large group of people flocking out as if they had just finished a class. He immediately realized that Jian Nanyu had left the auction house and quickly sent a message to ask by Shijing of the Wanted Mission Office. No, I didn't see Jian Nanyu, 100 Generations Jingles replied with certainty. He didn't use the wind-chasing emblem. Gu Fei muttered. He knew that Jian Nanyu had seen through his actions. He grabbed a passing player and asked, "Where's Jian Nanyu, the robber?" "He left," the player said. "How did he leave?" "He bought a teleportation scroll and teleported away," the person replied. "He can get close to the auction stage." Gu Fei was surprised. It was because of these people that he was certain that Jian Nanyu had no other choice but to log off or use the wind-chasing emblem. This person didn't say anything. It was clear that Jian Nanyu getting close to the auction stage wasn't something to be proud of. Simply put, everyone succumbed to the robber's despotic power. "I don't know." This person roughly answered Gu Fei's question and quickly left. Gu Fei was stunned. He immediately noticed that these scattered players all had a solemn air about them. This was a far cry from when they had first arrived, where they had been happily watching the robbers. What happened? Gu Fei asked a few more people. They all hid their thoughts and didn't want to face the problem. However, after a few people, Gu Fei roughly understood what was going on. In the end, he could only sigh deeply. The bad atmosphere that existed in the real world had been brought into the game. Who said that the internet was fake? Moreover, the game was scarier than reality. In reality, the criminal would have already been caught by the crowd and handed over to the relevant departments. Even if they weren't, they would be beaten to death by the crowd and wouldn't have to worry about revenge in the future. However, now that they knew that Wandering Azure Sword was only a player and that he could resurrect after death, everyone realized how frightening revenge could be. Gu Fei didn't blame these people. In today's world, even the public security department advised people not to fight back and cause them to lose their minds. The bad guys had the upper hand and the good guys lacked a sense of security. There's no need to waste time there. Jian Nanyu has already escaped. Gu Fei sent a message to 100 Reincarnations Jingluan. Ah! Where did he go? 400 Reincarnations Jingluan, Jian Nanyu's escape was equivalent to his income escaping. He used a teleportation scroll and was randomly teleported. I don't know where he went. Gu Fei said. Then what do we do now? 100 Reincarnations Jingluan asked. It looks like we won't be able to find him in a short amount of time. Go do your own thing. After Gu Fei replied to 100 Reincarnations Jingluan, he contacted Jian Nanyu. Do you dare to tell me where you are? How depressed was Jian Nanyu when he received this message? He wanted to blacklist Gu Fei, but after thinking about it, it was just 2 messages. Although it was mentally stimulating, it wasn't a big deal as long as he was strong enough. Who knows, he might even be able to get some useful information from it. He allowed Gu Fei to become his friend. Of course, he didn't reply to the "do you dare or not" message. He, who had just been teleported, was currently studying his location while contacting his brothers. With Qianli around, we won't have a good time. Jian Nanyu went straight to the point. What? The 2 teams of 3 were playing Landlord and playing Golden Flowers. They were having a great time when they suddenly received Jian Nanyu's message. This guy won't let us go. If we don't take him down completely, it will always be a problem. Jian Nanyu said. Can't we just stay away from him? Huolini said weakly. He really didn't have much confidence in this matter. The game was very big. It wasn't difficult to hide from someone, but Jian Nanyu couldn't take it lying down. A tree lives with its bark, and a man lives with his pride. Most people could throw away their pride for the sake of survival, but if they were to take it lying down, they would lose 10 years of their lives. Didn't that guy called Hengchen Yixiao say he had a way to deal with Qianli? I wonder how his plan is going. Glue reminded everyone that dealing with Qianli was their main mission in the next stage. Jian Nanyu and Huolini seemed to have forgotten about it. Chapter 587. That guy. On Hengchen Yixiao's side, Jian Nanyu had forgotten that Silvermoon's guess wasn't wrong. Jian Nanyu and the others had already made up their minds not to accept quests related to Qianli's Get Drunk. However, they had actually encountered a hero who was determined to destroy Qianli's Get Drunk. Jian Nanyu felt that rejecting him would be a blow to his enthusiasm. He should give him a slim chance to show encouragement. Therefore, he had casually made up a price of 20,000. 20,000 per level. Jian Nanyu was embarrassed by the ridiculous price. At that time, Glue had sent him a private message asking him if he was crazy. Before Jian Nanyu could answer, the other party started to ask him questions. In the end, Jian Nanyu felt that he wasn't crazy. The one who was crazy was this cleric who called himself Hengchen Yixiao. If his target wasn't Qianli's Get Drunk, Jian Nanyu suspected that he would wake up laughing in his dreams. However, even if it was Qianli's Get Drunk, Jian Nanyu felt that it was worth it to go all out for such a high reward. High risk corresponded to high reward. This was the truth. However, when they were discussing the details and asking for a deposit, the other party suggested that he wanted to gather money. Jian Nanyu laughed it off. 20,000 was a huge sum. It wasn't surprising that he couldn't afford it in one go. However, Jian Nanyu had only asked for a deposit. According to their habits, it should be around 3 to 5,000. This shouldn't be money that a rich player couldn't afford. Jian Nanyu suspected that the other party was trying to make fun of him. It was revenge for his ridiculous 20,000 price. Especially since he hadn't contacted him for the past 2 days, Jian Nanyu felt that this guess was reasonable. If he was really rich, he could easily gather 3 to 5,000 gold in 2 to 3 days. It was true that the guy wanted to deal with Qianli's Get Drunk, but he was most likely scared off by Jian Nanyu's 20,000. That was the case. How could he find such a sucker for a level of 20,000? Did he have a father grudge with Qianli's Get Drunk? Have you contacted that person recently? Jian Nanyu asked Glue. If the previous offer of 20,000 yuan was actually a refusal to the other party's invitation, then at this moment, Jian Nanyu really wanted to find someone to cooperate with to get rid of the scourge, Qianli, ruthlessly. No, I only saw him once at the auction, Glue replied. Auction. Jian Nan muttered these words. Their recent tragedies were all caused by this. He wanted to see the buyer after the auction, but he left when he didn't see anyone, said Glue. Jian Nanyu didn't say anything for the time being. Suddenly talking about this person and thinking about this person, Jian Nanyu suddenly realized something. On the other hand, Gu Fei had asked Jian Nan several times whether he dared to show up or not. In the end, Jian Nan did not reject the message nor did he reply. This made Gu Fei very bored. It was finally winter break, and he had more time to play the game. He was just about to show off his skills and teach these guys a lesson, but they ran away faster than a rabbit. Looking for someone again. Nothing is more tiresome than this. Bounty quests were the main theme of Gu Fei's gaming career, and looking for someone was the main theme of bounty quests. From this, it could be seen how annoying Gu Fei was to looking for someone. He was actually very envious of the treatment in Boundless World. He didn't have to look for someone, but someone would come to him. After walking 2 streets, he didn't see the person he wanted to see, and there were no robbers coming to rob him. Now that he had plenty of time, Gu Fei felt more and more lonely. Bounty quests could be played for 2 hours normally, but it was a bit unbearable for Gu Fei to be tormented for an entire night. Moreover, normal players could be killed with a single slash, so Gu Fei didn't have much fun. Gu Fei, who had nothing to do, could only choose to go offline. He wasn't familiar with White Stone City, so he grabbed a passerby to ask for the nearest revival point and walked over. Soon after, Gu Fei understood what it meant to have no way out of the mountains and rivers, to have to wear out iron shoes to find him, to have to search for him in one's dreams 1,000 times. At the revival point, Gu Fei had just entered the archer shooting range when he saw 3 figures from the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw Glue, Flaming Cloak, and a cleric in South Kenyu's group of 7, who he didn't know the name of, were sitting cross-legged at the foot of the wall, fighting fiercely with self-made cards in their hands. Glue and the cleric had already seen Gu Fei and were dumbfounded. Flaming Cloak, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on. He raised 4 cards high above his head and threw them to the ground, shouting, 4 twos. Ha 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 ha. Glue and Lin Sinsen's expressions stiffened. They weren't paying attention to Flaming Cloak's bombs at all. Seeing that the kid was still proud of the bombs, they pouted behind him. Flaming Cloak's expression turned serious. He arched his back and asked the 2 murderously, "You're here?" Before the 2 could answer, Flaming Cloak had already turned around, but he was even more stunned than the other 2. "Hey! I'm playing." Gu Fei was very happy to see the 3 and immediately came over. "What are you doing?" Flaming Cloak stumbled 4 steps back, and the cards scattered all over the ground. "Where's South Kenyu?" Gu Fei went straight to the point. "I don't know." The 3 of them answered. Glue also gave Flaming Cloak a hand, reminding him that this was a revival point, and a revival point where he could go offline. "It's nice to see you 3. Are you going out?" Gu Fei asked. The 3 of them shook their heads mechanically. "I was just about to go offline. I didn't expect you 3 to be hiding here," Gu Fei said. The 3 of them had a bitter taste in their mouths. Why were they so unlucky? Glue hurriedly sent a message to the other 4, "We've been exposed." "What's wrong?" "Qianli is drunk." "Why is he there?" "He said he was going offline and was passing by." "Fuck, this shameless guy. Didn't he say he wouldn't sleep tonight?" Kenyu was extremely depressed. This Qianli was too shameless. He changed what he said just a few minutes ago. Glue was speechless. He was already squatting in front of him. What was the point of thinking about this? "What are you playing?" Gu Fei looked at the cards on the ground. The cards were obviously self-made, and they were specially made for Landlord. There were no colors on the cards, and the numbers were written on them, from A to K. How do you draw the cards? Gu Fei was curious about how they drew the cards, and he found one. Fuck, it's so realistic. Gu Fei was impressed. There were 2 cards. The big one had a big king written on it, and the small one had a small king written on it. The 3 of them had the urge to strangle Gu Fei to death. However, the safe zone treated everyone equally and did not only protect them. "It's done." Gu Fei stopped smiling, picked up the cards on the ground, and handed them back to Huolini. He looked at the 3 of them and said, "Who are you guys plotting against this time?" Playing cards. None of your business. Lin Mu Sensen saw that the first two did not have a good line, so he simply kept quiet. You can't do anything with me here. Gu Fei was calm. It was winter vacation, and he did not have to go to work tomorrow, so he was very confident. Humph, it's none of your business. Huolini was the one who was most afraid of Gu Fei, but he was the most talkative in front of Gu Fei, which showed his panic and uncertainty. Come, let's continue. Huolini pulled on Glu and Lin Mu Sensen, and calmly walked to the side to continue playing cards. The two players hesitated for a moment. Clearly, they were helpless against Huolini's childish display. However, there was nothing else they could do. Gu Fei couldn't even leave the room, so the only thing they could do was to go offline. Then, they glanced at Gu Fei and went to play cards with Huolini. The three of them were absent-minded. They picked their cards while peeking at Gu Fei. Gu Fei squatted on the side and looked at the three of them with a smile, but he did not say anything. When the cards were about to end, Huolini reached for his card, only to find that he only had 3 cards left. He was surprised. Did I get the wrong card? It should be my last card. Those who played cards often could tell that the number of cards wasn't right. There should be one more card in the flaming cloak. One is missing. Huolini looked around. His cards had fallen on the ground, and he wondered if one of them had been blown away by the wind. When he saw Gu Fei's cunning smile, Huolini immediately realized something. You hid 1 card from us, didn't you? Nonsense, Gu Fei said calmly. I did hide 4 cards. Fuck. Give them back. Huolini was furious. Didn't I tell you? You can't do anything as long as I'm here. As he spoke, Gu Fei shook his hand, and the 4 cards appeared between his fingers. Then, he loosened his fingers, turned his wrist, and chanted. Dual Flame Flash. A flame ignited between Gu Fei's fingers, and the 4 cards were enveloped by the flame. Although a mage's flame required the support of magic power and could only burn for a short period of time, a piece of paper was so flammable that it was enough for it to be surrounded by the flame. When the flame dissipated, it had already turned into 4 pieces of white ash, which could be blown away by the wind. Can't I draw again? Huolini fumbled for a pen and paper in his pocket, ready to start drawing again. That's enough. Glu stopped Huolini from being angry. After calming himself down, he looked at Gu Fei and said, What's the point of wasting time with us? It's easy for you to waste time for a day or 2, but do you want to waste time like this for the rest of your life? Gu Fei smiled. Of course not, but I happened to run into you. I pretended that I didn't see anything, and I couldn't sleep for the whole night. There are 7 resurrection points, but why did you have to choose the one that I went offline? Why didn't you say that you chose this one? Huolini roared. Is it God's will? Gu Fei asked. Huolini spat out blood. What do you want? Glu said. Your boss asked me the same question. It's so profound. I've been thinking about it. Actually, I can't do anything to you. But the problem is, I don't know if you're unlucky or if I'm unlucky, but I keep bumping into you. It's not my style to ignore you when I bump into you. You seem to be in a lot of pain. Look at what a mess this is. What do you think we should do? Gu Fei said. Chapter 588. What should they do? Gu Fei couldn't answer this question, so he mercilessly kicked the question back to Glu and the others. Of course, he meant that if they showed a good attitude, he might consider letting them go. But now, everyone understood why Gu Fei kept pestering them. This was the legendary roar when one saw injustice on the road. It was just that Gu Fei's voice was unexpectedly full of energy. After roaring for so long, he still wanted to roar. This made Jian Nanyu and the others very uncomfortable. Obviously, unless Jian Nanyu and the others stopped doing such things, they would continue to hear Gu Fei's roar. In that case, there's nothing to talk about. Glu was helpless. They really wanted to negotiate with Gu Fei, but Gu Fei's demands were too high. He wanted them to give up their careers. How stubborn, said Gu Fei. He knew that these guys wouldn't give up so easily. After all, this was just a game. In reality, they wouldn't give up. Their legs would be broken. Let's see if they were still stubborn. Gu Fei thought about it cruelly. The negotiation broke down, but Gu Fei wasn't anxious at all. Instead, he was interested in what the three of them were going to do next. The three of them murmured and glared at Gu Fei. We can't mess with him. We'll hide. After saying that, the three of them did not get up and went offline without any hesitation. Hee hee. Gu Fei smiled and went offline. Half an hour later, 3 white lights flashed in the archer's shooting range. Glue, Firecloak, and Lin Sensen returned to the game. The first thing he did when he logged on was scan his surroundings. He did not see Gu Fei anywhere. As soon as you logged off, Qianli left drunk. Jiannan, you messaged Glue. Glue heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at the other two. He's gone. Flaming Cloak relaxed and cursed, that bastard. Silvermoon is still here. Glue glanced at her friends list and said, let's continue. Flaming Clothes took out his poker cards. Gu Fei had burned 4 of them, so he had to check which 4 were missing before he could make up for it. Flaming Clothes mumbled as he counted the cards, speaking of which, didn't Silvermoon and Qianli have a grudge? Actually, if we tell him that we are preparing to ambush Silvermoon, he might not cause us any trouble this time. Fire-searing Robe didn't get a response from her companions. She looked up and saw the 2 of them staring at Fire-searing Robe with petrified expressions. No way, he. Huarini slowly turned around and saw Gu Fei's face, which he hated the most, less than half a meter away from him. The missing cards are 4, 8, 9, and Q, Gu Fei told him. Fuck, why are you here again? Huarini screamed. I went offline for supper, took a shower, and then returned to the game. I didn't expect you guys to be here again, Gu Fei said. The 3 of them were so depressed that they wanted to die. So you are planning to ambush Silvermoon? Fire-searing Robe didn't know that when Gu Fei came online, so Gu Fei heard everything he said. I don't understand. Silvermoon deserves to die, but isn't he the one who hired you to get his staff? Gu Fei asked. The 3 of them burst into tears. Why did they suddenly turn around and attack Silvermoon? To put it bluntly, wasn't it because Gu Fei was constantly causing trouble for them, causing them to have no place to vent their anger? But now, it was Gu Fei who asked them this question. How were they supposed to answer him? Should they tell Gu Fei that they needed to vent their anger on Silvermoon because they were bullied by him? Obviously, they couldn't tell Gu Fei that. For example, Fire-searing Robe was afraid of Gu Fei in private, but in front of Gu Fei, he had to pretend to be fierce. Gu Fei looked at the 3 of them, hoping that they could give him an answer. The 3 of them clenched their teeth and refused to tell Gu Fei the reason. Water-breaking Arrow and the others should be with Silvermoon right now. If you want to deal with Silvermoon, aren't you going to make them your enemies too? Didn't they help you a few days ago? Why is your relationship so messy? Gu Fei was really confused at this time. That day, when he was about to kill Jian Nanyu, water-breaking arrows suddenly appeared and covered Jian Nanyu's escape. Gu Fei had always thought that Silvermoon, water-breaking arrow, and Jian Nanyu were on the same side, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. Messy, too messy. He's with Silvermoon. Didn't they say? Fire-searing Robe suddenly shut his mouth after saying these few words. Didn't they say what? Gu Fei asked. No one paid attention to Gu Fei. Glue immediately contacted another group to continue talking. There was a huge mistake in their plan to ambush Silvermoon. At the beginning, Glue's plan was to give up on the quest and meet up with Silvermoon. Because Silvermoon had secretly hooked up with them, they were sure that he would come alone. But after seeing Jian Nanyu's persistence, they couldn't bear to let him go, so they changed their plan to wait for him. In the end, This had messed up both plans. Based on the current situation, there was no guarantee that Silvermoon would come alone. If the four of them came together, they obviously wouldn't be able to set up an ambush in a group of three. If that's the case, we can only find out where Silvermoon went offline and wait for him to come online. Glue said. That's the only way. Inagami of the other three replied. Leave one person to guard that side. Glue said. Okay, tell Linmu to guard your side. You and Searing Robe hurry up and level up. We can't get out. Glue said helplessly. What's wrong? Xianli is still here. Didn't he go offline? He's back up again. Fuck, how despicable. Inagami felt depressed for Glue and the others. Alright, you don't need to worry about us. You guys go settle your side. Glue said. What's going on with you guys? Gu Fei asked. The three of them still didn't answer. Gu Fei was at a loss, which made the three of them feel extremely satisfied. Not saying. Gu Fei asked again. The three of them laughed, but didn't say anything. Alright, no matter what, taking care of Silvermoon is a very meaningful matter. I won't disturb you guys anymore. After Gu Fei said this, he actually turned and left the safe zone. The three of them were very surprised. They practically followed his butt to the door. The three of them didn't dare take half a step out of the door. They just watched as Gu Fei waved at them and disappeared into the streets. What's this guy up to? The three of them looked at each other and told the other brothers. Everyone was at a loss. What's this guy up to? At this moment, Gu Fei was also at a loss. He couldn't understand the relationship between Hengchen Yixiao, Silvermoon, and Jian Nanyu. Where? Gu Fei suddenly sent a message to Hengchen Yixiao. Yi Xiaowu's internal injury. He really couldn't adapt to Gu Fei's unrestrained straightforwardness. Didn't this guy realize that they were enemies now? Could he not use such a casual tone to talk? Yi Xiaowu himself had the qualities of an enemy. He completely ignored Gu Fei's message. No one was willing to pay attention to Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt that this group of people was really boring. Hero, why are you still here? Gu Fei's previous offline behavior was his usual behavior. However, after more than half an hour, he came back online again. This was something that had never happened before. A few old acquaintances of the child elite group couldn't help but be curious. Brother Yu, the intelligence freak, had already anxiously started interviewing him. I'm on vacation. Gu Fei's words were concise and comprehensive. Oh. Everyone understood. What are you doing now? Everyone was very curious about what this guy would do when he had a lot of time. If he also leveled overnight, the name of the 5 rookies would really have to be forcefully updated. Up until now, ever since the name of the 5 rookies appeared in the gaming circle, their position had been extremely stable. The replacement only happened after someone lost a level. There had never been a situation where one of the 5 rookies was pushed out through experience. In the end, Gu Fei's answer naturally caused the 5 to silently curse. He had amazing skills and crazy equipment. Why couldn't he do something more meaningful? Why did he have to tangle with those little bandits? These experts naturally had the mentality of the elite players that Jian Nan understood very well. They would roar when they saw injustice. They could do it once or twice, but they definitely wouldn't do it professionally and every day. Everyone was here to play the game, not to play Jian Nan. However, Gu Fei made it hard for everyone to understand whether they were here to play the game or to play with him. After playing the game for so long, how many in-game quests had he done? Could he list out all the skills of each class? Did he understand the conversion formulas of the various damage and defense in the game? Did he know that we actually despise him? The online elite representatives discussed intensely in the chat. They didn't care that their all-rounders were seen by Gu Fei. Ahem. Gu Fei coughed to prove his existence. Hero, Jian Nan and the others are about to be paralyzed by you. What do you want? Even Brother Yu and the others began to think about this problem for Gu Fei. Will anyone care if we report them? Gu Fei also hoped for a proper solution. He didn't want to waste time with these guys all day. Half of the 7 players weren't even level 40. Seeing that he was fierce on the surface, but when he really started fighting, their legs would go soft. There was no fun in PvP with them. Gu Fei was now simply paying the price for his own morals. Who the hell cares? Brother Yu got angry when he mentioned this. Even people from the company ran into the game and reported it. They said that they were going to investigate, but there's still no reply. You mean Hongchen Xiao? Gu Fei asked. Yeah. This guy said that he wanted to deal with me. Why didn't he do anything? I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. Gu Fei also criticized. The 5 were speechless. They thought to themselves, how cheap are you? This guy is really hopeless. Brother Yu sighed to the other 4 beside him. Due to the fact that they were in a foreign land, coupled with the fact that they had been repeatedly schemed against by Yi Xiao's group, the 5 members of Gongzi's elite party were currently gathered together to level up. They could have easily resolved their previous discussions verbally, but they did it in the channel for Gu Fei to see. As traditional players, they couldn't stand Gu Fei's new and unconventional playstyle. With his skills and equipment, even if he's a few levels lower than normal players, it doesn't matter. Han family young master said. Then why are we talking so much nonsense? Brother Yu was at a loss. Are you stupid? If he could come with us, how much more efficient would our leveling be? Look at that trash. Fuck, he's lost again. Han family young master pointed at Yutian Shinming. He had just chased after a monster and ran a little too far. He couldn't tell north from south and ran in the opposite direction of the team. Brother Yu wiped his sweat. This guy just wanted to lure Gu Fei over to do hard labor. He really shouldn't have thought of him as being so pure. But if Gu Fei really was here. Brother Yu felt excited after imagining it. For a moment, he felt that Sword Demon and the others weren't good enough. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. After leaving the archer shooting range, Gu Fei actually didn't really want to leave. He still wanted to stay, but he insisted on squatting in front of Glue and the others. This kind of compliance was a little silly. Only by staying in the dark could he see the situation clearly. After leaving the resurrection point, Gu Fei bought some snacks from a chef player on the nearest trade street. He also went to the tavern to buy some alcohol as a drink. After walking around the archer shooting range, he chose a good place and settled down to eat, drink, and read books. From time to time, he glanced over there for any movements. Gu Fei didn't treat himself badly. Around 2 in the morning, nothing happened. Suddenly, he received an unexpected message. Teacher, you're still here. Gu Fei was shocked. He quickly looked at the name. It was actually his group of students. It wasn't easy for these guys to have winter vacation. Naturally, they were even wilder than Gu Fei. Gu Fei pulled out his friends list and entered the student group. There were 24 people, and now 20 of them were lit up. Fuck. Gu Fei wiped his face. Before he could reply, another message came. Teacher, open up the friend list. Gu Fei replied with a, as he opened up his friend list. In an instant, he received 6 system notifications. 6 people had added Gu Fei as a friend, and then started chattering about who they were and who they were. Gu Fei was a physical education teacher. He didn't know all the students. None of the names were familiar. He added these 6 people and threw them into the student group. At the same time, he looked at the information of these 6 new people. Some of them weren't even level 10. They must have joined the game to cater to the winter vacation. Of course, there would be exams before the winter vacation. In order to prepare for the exams, these students hadn't come online for a while. After accumulating for a long time, they were very enthusiastic. All 20 people privately messaged Gu Fei. Gu Fei was on the verge of breaking down. Where are you, teacher? I haven't seen you in a long time. Teacher, we just entered the game. Come and teach us. Teacher, I heard you're a super expert. Come and show us. Teacher, I saw your Night Streak sword on the forum. It's so awesome. Teacher, 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 I heard you're in Whitestone City. We're planning to come over too. Finally, Gu Fei saw this message. It was from Fa, that bastard who sold him out. How did you guys know? With so many messages, he couldn't answer all of them. Gu Fei could only choose a few to reply. I saw it on the forum. Teacher, why did you sell such good equipment? Fa gossiped. Chapter 589. He could no longer focus on his books, his beer bottles toppled over, and his food spilled all over the floor. The students were full of vigor and vitality, and Gu Fei found it hard to resist. Compared to these children, Gu Fei felt that he was already like an old man. Teacher, 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 the questions continued, and Gu Fei did not even have a single shout in the public channel. Crazy, he's really going crazy. Everyone, speak up one by one. Gu Fei sent this message 80 times, and all the students were willing to take him as the one, and continued to ask questions. Other than going offline, Gu Fei could not think of any other way to get rid of this. He hurriedly packed his stuff and ran to the safe zone. In the safe zone, although Glue and the other two had seen Gu Fei leave, they did not let their guard down. Flaming Jacket, on the other hand, had the experience of unknowingly guiding a disaster twice, so he was very sensitive about this matter. In the end, the three of them did not leave the resurrection point and continued playing landlord. In the end, they saw Gu Fei running madly into the safe zone as if he was being chased. The three of them were shocked, and before they could say anything, Gu Fei casually nodded at them and went offline. Their eyes suddenly lit up. Qianli's drunken drunk was clearly embarrassed. Which expert could chase Qianli to this extent? The three of them hurriedly threw away the cards in their hands and rushed to the entrance of the safe zone. It was a barren land outside, and the players who passed by were like passers-by. There was not a single trace of expert aura on them. The three of them were stunned for a moment, and when they turned back to look at the place where Gu Fei had disappeared, they were confused again. Gu Fei did not intend to leave without returning, so he took a roundabout route. He first pretended to go offline, and then went back online invisibly. The advantage of going online invisibly was that his name would not be revealed, and the system would not help him notify others. He could then slowly communicate with these students. Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver when he thought about how these students would have the same amount of time as him in the coming month. Glue and the other two were still at a loss. 5 minutes later, a white light flashed and Gu Fei was back online. The three of them were stunned. Gu Fei smiled at them and sent a message without moving. He must be in a hurry to pee. Huo Renyi speculated. Oh, probably. Hu Yuhao hastily ran over and logged off for 5 minutes. The three of them didn't dare to think about anything else. Initially, Gu Fei did not want to send a message to Fa. This fellow who had betrayed him before was not trustworthy. However, after scanning through the list of IDs, Gu Fei could not match them to the real person. After a long while, he had no choice but to contact Fa. Don't tell anyone that I'm here. Otherwise, you won't be able to pass the PE test next semester. Gu Fei threatened first. Obviously, Fa did not know that teacher Gu Fei was actually a very upright person. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He quickly said, "Teacher, it's not my fault. Your name was lit up just now. Everyone saw it. I've been here the whole time. Why did they only look for me at 2 a.m.? Gu Fei was curious. Of course, the students would not have just entered the game at 2 a.m. Oh, a few students came to the game today. At the beginning, everyone brought them along. After playing for a whole night, they were all tired, so they wanted to look for you to play, Fa said. Gu Fei was ashamed. He realized that he really had the protagonist's disease. He thought that if the students wanted to contact him, they should have done so immediately. However, in reality, there was a generation gap between the students and Gu Fei, be it in terms of age or occupation. This kind of generation gap might have been diluted in traditional online games. However, in this completely realistic environment, coupled with the fact that both parties knew each other in real life, the final result was that the gap was completely brought into the game. Obviously, these students did not really treat Gu Fei as their core friend. Today's incident was a good example. They had had enough of fooling around and were feeling a little tired. Suddenly, they realized that such a person was still lit up in their friend list. Only then did they remember that there was a teacher like Gu Fei in the game. Thinking back to Gu Fei's voice, most of them were asking for money, equipment, missions, and even performances from Gu Fei. In summary, they were just making fun of Gu Fei. These guys. Gu Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Teacher, are you in Whitestone City? How do I get to Whitestone City? Fa asked. After thinking it through, Gu Fei knew that these students said they wanted to come to Whitestone City not because he was here. Gu Fei was just a physical education teacher. Their teacher-student relationship was not that close. He immediately replied, "What are you guys doing in Whitestone City?" Gu Fei had already made up his mind. If this brat dared to shamelessly reply, "To see you," he would definitely teach him a lesson next semester. As expected, a young man's temperament was not that complicated. Fa was very frank. "I've played in Cloud City for a long time. I want to change to a main city. I heard that the main cities in the game are different." "As expected, teacher, where are you?" "Then we'll come too." This was just a matter of pushing the boat with the current. Gu Fei was not the main reason they wanted to come. Not at all. If it's Whitestone City, we'll first leave Cloud City and walk through the Black Dragon Mountain Range. After that, we'll reach Moonlit Night City. From there, we'll walk in the direction of Moonlit Village. Then, we'll follow the main road to Whitestone City, Gu Fei said. There won't be any danger on the way, right? A few of my classmates haven't even reached level 10. Fa said. Yeah, those who haven't reached level 10 are very safe. As for those who have passed level 10. Gu Fei said. Fa was shocked. Why? Moonlit Night City is full of gangsters. The streets are full of bandits. When they encounter unfamiliar players, all of their equipment will be dropped, all of their money will be emptied, and all of their levels will drop. Those who are below level 10 are protected by PK, so it's very safe, Gu Fei said. Really? Fa hesitated. More or less. In any case, it was like that when I first went there. Gu Fei was very unkind. He was a man who would stir up a storm of blood wherever he went. How could he compare himself to these well-behaved students? Then what should we do? Is there any other place we can go? Fa was scared. He was still the highest level among the students. Whenever there was danger, everyone would put him at the front. Fa was a mage, and he was always singing, "I am the main tank," and washing his face with tears. Thinking about the place they were going to this time, and the fact that there was a group of classmates behind him who were ready to send him to his death at any time, Fa felt that he would end up like what Gu Fei said, all of his equipment will be dropped, all of his money will be emptied, and all of his levels will drop. Yeah, don't be afraid. You guys go first, I'll make arrangements for you, Gu Fei said. What's wrong? Fa asked. You guys make a big flag and write a clear flag number on it. After you leave the Black Dragon Mountain Range, carry the flag and walk. I'll greet my friends over there. When they see your flag, they'll take care of you in secret. I guarantee that you guys won't have to worry about anything, Gu Fei said. Carrying a flag looks so ugly, teacher. This was the time when young people valued their own image the most. even the boys and girls valued it as much. At least it looks better than running around naked with no equipment. Gu Fei said. Fa didn't say anything. He probably went to discuss with the other students. This discussion obviously exposed Gu Fei's existence. Gu Fei immediately received questions from the other students. Teacher, is Moonlit Night City really that scary? Of course, you have to be careful, Gu Fei said. Then are there any other places to go? A student asked. Probably not. This sentence was actually the truth. Cloud City was located at the border of the parallel worlds map. The only place that could be connected to was Moonlit Night City. Oh. There was silence. The students obviously went to discuss again. After a while, Gu Fei received a reply. All right then, what should we write on the flag? Should we write your name, teacher? Please don't. Gu Fei hurriedly said, I have friends and enemies. Writing my name is too bad. You guys can just write something simple and easy to recognize. Then write, 3. We're from class 3. Fa said. Alright, then you guys can go on your way. I'll let them know, Gu Fei said. Understood. The group of students immediately went to work, leaving Gu Fei to snicker at the side. Thinking about a group of players passing by with a flag, even Gu Fei felt that it was a stupid move. These kids always wanted to make fun of him. Let's make fun of them. Gu Fei didn't mind playing such harmless pranks at all. But his series of changes in expression were too scary in the eyes of the observant people. For example, Glue and the other two had been staring at Gu Fei ever since he came online. But after Gu Fei came online, he didn't move at all and just stared at him. The three of them who were familiar with the game knew that he was chatting in a message. But Gu Fei's expression, one moment he looked ashamed, the next moment he had a cold sneer, and the last moment he looked like he was secretly delighted that his plan had succeeded. It was too suspicious. Before the three could finish their analysis, Gu Fei's gaze suddenly turned. He had already ended the chat and looked at them with a wicked smile. Not good, did this guy set up a trap for us? The three couldn't help but think. Fire Burning Clothes couldn't help but ask, what do you want? Glue and Lin Sensei looked over. Fire Burning Clothes' lines from idol dramas were always so lethal. What was even more impressive was that he said it in such a way. Gu Fei wasn't hurt. When he heard the question, he was startled. What do you mean? What are you up to now? Fire Burning Clothes said. You saw through it. Gu Fei said. As expected. The three took a deep breath. Be careful, I've already gathered a large group of people to deal with you. All your equipment, money, and levels dropped. Terrible, so terrible. Gu Fei said as he left the revival point. Glue and the other two's faces were pale as they hurriedly informed the others of the bad news. This isn't good. Qianli is actually gathering helpers to deal with us. Helpers? Don't blame me for being arrogant. Let's be honest. If Qianli wants to deal with us, why would he need helpers? Dao Xiangmu said. That's why it's so scary. He's already calling for helpers. Think about how cruel his next move will be. Glue said. How do you know? Jiannan asked. He just said it. Glue replied. You believe him just because he said it. Seriously. Dao Xiangmu felt that these guys were really frightened by the mere twang of a bow. It doesn't seem fake. Just now, Qianli was sending messages here for half a day. It's very likely that he's gathering helpers. Glue said. Chapter 590. Qianli calls people when he's drunk. Ken and Yu felt that the problem was serious. This was because they had done a detailed investigation and research on Gu Fei. Not only was this person extremely powerful, he also had quite a strong background. Just the few elite experts in his mercenary group were already extremely difficult to deal with. Slender Waist Dancer and 100 Years Strategist were even more valiant. However, these people were only individual heroes at the end of the day. Sometimes, they couldn't split into two. The truly terrifying background of Qianli Drunk was related to the 10 Meetings Alliance in Moonlit Night City. The 10 Meetings Alliance was a group of people who had turned over a new leaf. Their unity was created in a special environment. In other main cities, they could only form such a large group. It was impossible for them to have the cohesiveness of the 10 Meetings Alliance. The 10 Meetings Alliance was actually just one party. It was divided into 10 parties because of the restrictions of the system. And Qianli Drunk was rumored to be the founder and mainstay of the revolution in Moonlit Night City. He had forged a deep friendship with the people of the 10 Meetings Alliance during the revolution. The leader of the 10 Meetings Alliance, Yun Zhongmu, was still indebted to him. If Qianli Drunk waved his arm, too terrifying. Kenan, you didn't dare to think further. This was an ocean of people's war. They only had 7 people. Whether it was underground warfare, lightning warfare, or guerrilla warfare, they couldn't deal with it. The game seemed to be over. Damn! How did the 10 Meetings Alliance grow into such a team? Kenan, you thought angrily. He suddenly realized that the formation of the 10 Meetings Alliance was completely due to Silvermoon's contribution. Where's Silvermoon? Has he shown himself? Kenan Yu asked his brothers who were lying in ambush. Originally, he didn't approve of killing Silvermoon. However, seeing that his brothers were full of fighting spirit, he felt very gratified. However, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He realized that Silvermoon was really a scourge. There was nothing disgusting that he couldn't do. Not yet. Looking at the situation, he probably won't show himself until morning. Dao Xiangmu said. What about Qianli Drunk? Danan, if he's looking for someone, it's very likely that he's looking for someone from the 10 Societies Alliance. Glue was clearly aware of Gu Fei's background. Let's confirm it first. Blackwater, go take a look at Moonlit Night City. If the other party has a large-scale operation, it should be easy to detect. Jian Nan said. All right. Blackwater, who was trying to save his level, immediately headed toward Moonlit Night City after receiving the order. Everyone else, go about your own business. Jian Nan Yu said. Everyone anxiously continued with what they were doing. Glue and the other two were no longer in the mood to play cards. They sat in a circle and discussed their uncertain future with worry. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was considering whether or not he should greet the evil tyrant of Moonlit City, Yun Zhongmu. Although the hellish description of the Moonlit Night City was infinitely exaggerated by him, it was indeed not a safe place. Children were ignorant and impulsive, and they might really get into trouble. After thinking about it, Gu Fei felt that it was better to be responsible for his students. Thus, he searched for Yun Zhongmu's friend list. Boss Yun, are you here? Gu Fei greeted Yun Zhongmu like a normal player. Yun Zhongmu and Gu Fei had added each other as friends when they passed by Moonlit Night City for the Reigning the Four Seas quest. After adding each other, it became a decoration and had never been used. When he suddenly received Gu Fei's message, Yun Zhongmu was leading a group of brothers to bully a guild. Plus, it was the middle of the night, so he was a bit muddle-headed. He tried his best to clear his head, and when he saw that it really was Qianli Drunk, he immediately stopped what he was doing and focused on texting. Qianli Drunk was becoming more and more famous. The news of him selling his sword in White Stone City had already spread all over the forums. It was impossible to take a screenshot, but someone directly described the sword's attributes. Countless people almost peed their pants after seeing it. This sword was too scary. But what was even more frightening was that the sword's owner had actually happily sold it. There were only 2 circumstances for such a powerful equipment to be sold in the game. 1, the owner was leaving the game, and 2, the owner had an even more powerful weapon, and the sword was no longer in use. When they thought of the second possibility, many people couldn't help but pee their pants. Brother Qianli. What's up? Yun Zhongmu stopped what he was doing and focused on texting Gu Fei. He was going to ask about the sword's whereabouts. The forum said that it was sold to Slender Waist Dance, but according to what Yun Jongmu knew, Slender Waist Dance and Gu Fei were friends. This was a bit strange. It's like this. I have a class of students who want to go from Cloud City to Whitestone City. When they pass by Moonlit City, don't bully them. Gu Fei said. A class of students. Yun Jongmu looked at this term and felt that it was much more bizarre than the Night Streamer sword. I saw a group with a flag with the number 3 on it. It's them. Gu Fei continued. Oh. Yun Jongmu replied. He still didn't understand what was going on. Thank you very much. Gu Fei had already said everything. That. Yun Jongmu hurriedly shouted again. I've been looking at the forums for the past 2 days. Brother Gu, your sword is really powerful. Yun Jongmu hurriedly asked for information. Ha! You sold it to Slender Waist Dance? Yun Jongmu asked. No, I'm just joking. It's still in my hands. Gu Fei said. Oh, then when do you want to sell it? I want it. I don't care how much it costs. Yun Jongmu could be said to be rich and overbearing. He didn't rely on himself, but on the group. His group of players were loyal and united. If there was something they really needed to buy, they could spend a few gold coins to buy it. Okay. Gu Fei didn't care about this kind of thing at all. Thank you, thank you. Also, what's up with your students? Yun Jongmu still didn't understand before. It's a group of my students. There's about 20 or 30 of them. They'll pass by Moonlit City in a bit. I've experienced how strong you guys are over there. I'm afraid that my students won't know better and will be bullied. That's why I asked Boss Yun to take care of them. Gu Fei said. Oh, so it's like that. I understand now. Yun Jongmu still didn't understand what students meant, but he didn't want to ask anymore. He then said, how about Brother Qianli give me their ID and I'll add them as friends. It'll be easier to contact them. That's fine. Thank you. Gu Fei immediately gave him Fei's ID. Then, he quickly sent Fei a message. In a bit, someone called Yun Jongmu will add you as a friend. He'll help you guys leave Moonlit City safely. Understood. Fei immediately replied. After everything was arranged, Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. What was this all about? On the side of Moonlit City, Yun Jongmu was a man of his word. He took Gu Fei's matter to heart and immediately added Fei as a friend. Yun Jongmu asked Fei where they were, but this was the first time Fei had taken this route. His description was vague. Yun Jongmu had only walked this route twice, so how could he know the coordinates? He did some addition and subtraction with his current coordinates. It wasn't too close, but it wasn't too far either. Yun Jongmu didn't dare to delay. He gathered some of his brothers and prepared to welcome them on the main road from Cloud City. The coordinates that Yun Jongmu calculated weren't too far, but that was the distance in a straight line. Walking on the mountain road wasn't the same thing. Fei and the others had just started their journey not long ago. Yun Jongmu waited for 3 whole hours. Many of his brothers were so tired that they fell asleep on the ground. Finally, a group of people appeared in Yun Jongmu's field of vision. At the front of the group was a flag that fluttered in the wind. They're finally here. Yun Jongmu was excited. He kicked the people who were lying on the ground and didn't care about their image. He reminded them to stay alert and not let others look down on them. When they came closer, Yun Jongmu's eyes widened. He carefully looked at them one by one. Finally, he couldn't help but curse, damn it, they're really students. Although Gu Fei clearly used the word students, Yun Jongmu always thought that it was a special way for Qianli to call his younger brother or brother. It was just like how Yun Jongmu and his brothers called each other grandsons. How could they really be grandsons? But now that he saw them in person, Yun Jongmu realized that the students that Qianli had mentioned were really students. After secretly using a few more appraisal skills, Yun Jongmu was even more shocked. The appraisal results showed that the person who was holding the flag was the highest level. He was level 36. The others were in the 20s and 30s. What was even more ridiculous was that there were some who weren't even level 10. In order to show off his style, the people that Yun Jongmu brought with him were all top-notch experts. When he realized that he was dealing with a bunch of messy kids, he looked at Yun Jongmu with disdain. The student army also noticed the group of people in front of them. They all looked fierce and murderous. After using their appraisal skills, a string of big question marks appeared. They couldn't help but speculate in their hearts. Fa was just about to contact Yun Jongmu when he saw a bandit walking over from the other side. He asked with a bitter face, "Whose imminent death?" Everyone's gaze was focused on Fa. There was no need for him to answer. "I'm Yun Jongmu." Yun Jongmu endured the group of kids sizing him up curiously and introduced himself. Oh, so it's you. You scared me." Fa let out a long sigh. He was scared out of his wits when he was asked who was imminent death. He didn't even dare to answer. His classmates didn't disappoint him either. They quickly sold him out. Qianli told me to take care of you guys." Yun Jongmu didn't know how to phrase his words. He had killed people and flirted with girls in the game, but he had never taken care of kids. Qianli was drunk. "This grandson, he actually made me live like this." Yun Jongmu grumbled in his heart. Thank you. We're going to Whitestone City," Fa said. "Okay, this way. Keep the flag." Yun Jongmu led the way. When he turned around and saw that Fa was still valiantly waving his 3 flag, his face darkened. The students followed behind Yun Jongmu, chattering and pointing out the scenery in Moonlit Night City that was different from Cloud City. Yun Jongmu's group of brothers accompanied him, all of them at a loss. They had seen kids in the game before, but they had never seen such a large group of kids. What should they do now? Should they go up and have a chat with them? What are they talking about? What do kids play these days? Are you still playing Transformers? Watching the Black Cat Sheriff? Do you know about Blue Skin Mouse and Big Faced Cat? Yun Jongmu and his brothers were experts at hacking people to begin with, but they weren't good at communicating, let alone the fact that there was a clear generation gap between them and the children. The group of fellows were at a loss as to what to do as they walked, feeling like this road was incredibly long. They finally arrived at Luminous Village. Once they left the village, there were no other leveling areas. Aside from Whitestone City, there were no other players. Yun Jongmu stopped and turned around. He said to Fa, "Once we leave this village, we'll reach Whitestone City along the main road. There aren't many leveling areas on this road, so there shouldn't be any more danger." "Oh, thank you. Then we'll go on our own," Fa hurriedly said. Okay. Slow down. Be careful." Yun Jongmu didn't even know what he was saying. The students waved at the kind-hearted people in their hearts as they left. "Goodbye, uncle." Some of them even shouted at Yun Jongmu passionately. "Uncle." Yun Jongmu was petrified. "Am I that old? Especially that one. His fucking beard is even longer than mine, and he still has the face to call me uncle." Yun Jongmu wanted to cry. He turned around and looked at his brothers. They were all lying on the ground laughing. "Your students have already safely left Moonlit Night City." Yun Jongmu didn't forget to inform Gu Fei. He was someone who would finish what he started. "Thank you, Boss Yun." Gu Fei hurriedly thanked him. "You're welcome," Yun Jongmu replied. After replying, he couldn't help but ask another question. "Brother Qianli, how do you know so many kids?" "They're all my students," Gu Fei said. "You're a teacher?" Yun Jongmu asked. "Yes. A teacher bringing his students to play online games? Yun Jongmu was at a loss. Society had already progressed to this stage. It seemed like he really was getting old. Old Yun, there's someone over there. At this moment, someone suddenly sent a message to Yun Jongmu. He moved closer to him and quietly pointed in a certain direction. Yun Jongmu looked in that direction. There was no one there, but he knew that this brother had an anti-stealth skill. The person he was talking about was definitely the thief who was in stealth. Everyone had already received the message. At this moment, they all glanced at each other and pretended that nothing was going on. However, they inadvertently moved closer to that direction. However, this thief who was in stealth was clearly much more vigilant than they thought. He had already sensed their intentions. He suddenly appeared and swiftly ran away. "Grandson, don't run!" Yun Jongmu roared. He wanted to chase after him, but it was already too late. The archers beside him released a few arrows, but they didn't cause much of a hindrance. In the blink of an eye, the thief had already run far away. As expected of the 10 Guilds Alliance. They had so many talents. They even had anti-stealth skills. The thief who was discovered was Blackwater. He was much faster than Fa and the others. He had already arrived before they even reached Moonlit Night City. He had been waiting at Luminous Village, a place where one had to pass on the way to Whitestone City, to see if there were any teams heading towards Whitestone City. At this moment, he was relaying this news to South Azure Sword and the others. South, Yun Jongmu just sent a group of people to Whitestone City. There are 26 of them. They're not very old, and their equipment is very poor. I don't know what their intentions are. Yun Jongmu has also gathered 20 or so experts. I wanted to monitor their movements, but I was discovered. They have anti-stealth skills, Blackwater reported. Chapter 591. What do you mean by young age and bad equipment? Southern Azure Sword didn't understand why Yun Jongmu would send this vanguard. Was it disgusting? I don't know. They look like a bunch of kids. I don't even need to appraise their equipment to know it's trash. Blackwater said. As a veteran robber, he obviously knew a lot about equipment. What did Yun Jongmu and the others do? Southern Azure Sword asked. I ran away. They don't seem to have any intentions of chasing after me. Blackwater said. Yun Jongmu and the others didn't plan on investigating. They had tens of thousands of enemies in Moonlit Night City. Having a stealth thief sneak up on them was a common occurrence. If they could catch them, they would kill them. If they couldn't, then they would just forget about it. If everyone was so calculative, then they wouldn't be able to continue living. As a result, after seeing Blackwater run away, Yun Jongmu and the others retreated. The sudden appearance of this little thief was not even an interlude to his gaming career. At this time, he was still holding a grudge against those brats who called him uncle, especially the one with a beard longer than his. Should I keep an eye on Yun Jongmu or those brats? Blackwater asked Southern Azure Sword. Are those brats really that bad? Did they purposely wear trash to hide themselves? Southern Azure Sword said. They're really that bad. I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you. Out of those 26 players, some aren't even level 10. Blackwater said. Not even level 10. Southern Azure Sword felt more and more suspicious. The biggest advantage of level 10 players was that they were protected from PK. Of course, they couldn't PK others. Could it be that there was a loophole in the rules? Which way? I can't even see them. Blackwater was anxious. Right now, Yun Jongmu and the students were heading south and north. The two groups were about to disappear from his sight. Keep an eye on Yun Jongmu's group. Leave those brats to us. Southern Azure Sword said. Understood. Blackwater replied and chased after Yun Jongmu's group. Knowing that these guys had anti-stealth abilities, Blackwater didn't dare to get too close. After changing his equipment, he prepared to pretend to be an ordinary leveling player and keep them within his line of sight. What's the situation with Chinli drunk? Jian Nanyu asked Glue and the others. He hasn't appeared since he left the resurrection point, Glue replied. Oh, Nan, what's the situation now? Glue and the others had also been thinking about this matter. The past 3 hours had not been peaceful at all. When Blackwater was in Moonlit City, he saw that Cloud Twilight had sent a team to Whitestone City. However, strangely enough, this team's levels and equipment are very poor. They haven't even reached level 10 yet, Southblade said, not bothering to hide the truth. What's going on? I'm not sure yet. Does anyone have any opinions? Silence ensued. No one dared to make a judgment. Then let's first test the depth of this group of people before making a decision. Jian Nan said. Great South. Everyone was alarmed. If the waters were too deep, wouldn't this group of people be unable to return? Throw caution to the wind. I will buy another teleportation scroll. Jian Nanyu gritted his teeth. It's not convenient for you to go to the auction house, is it? Glue said. Well, who's convenient to go? There's still a teleportation scroll. I saw it when I bought it, Jian Nanyu said. Then I'll go. Invincible Lucky Star volunteered. He was the only one left. Glue and the other two were guarded by Qianli at the resurrection point, and Dao Xiangmu had to wait for Silvermoon at the Thieves' Guild. Apart from him, no one else was free. Hurry up and go. I'll wait for you at the South Gate, Jian Nanyu said. The South Gate was the entrance to the city from Moonlit City. Should we go take a look as well? Glue asked Flaming Undergarment and Lin Sensen. 1,000 miles drunk is still outside, right? Flaming Undergarment stretched her neck out of the gate. It was already late at night and there were very few people on the streets. However, there was still no sign of Qianli. Flaming Undergarment suddenly felt that it was better to have that annoying smiling face in front of her. It was better than having it disappear without a trace. Why don't I go? My speed is comparable to his. Even if he bumps into me, I can still escape, Glue said. He can teleport, Flaming Undergarment reminded. There's a limit to teleportation. Do you see him 10 meters away from the door? Glue said. No. That's why I'll run the moment I get out. What can he do even if he sees me? Glue said. Flaming Undergarment and Lin Sensen nodded. However, they weren't fast enough, so they didn't participate in this activity. The two solemnly brought Glue to the entrance of the resurrection point. Glue also nodded solemnly and ran out in a flash. Gu Fei, who was on a rooftop in the distance, raised his eyelids when he saw what was happening. When he saw that it wasn't Silvermoon, he didn't think much of it. Instead, he stretched his head in another direction and asked, Are you done? Almost. A player was barbecuing meat on a fire rack under the eaves. Barbecuing wasn't something that only existed in Waterside City. It was just that it was more interesting to step on the beach and watch the crowds while listening to the waves. Actually, a street stall like this was closer to the real life. When Gu Fei came back from the resurrection point, he accidentally saw a chef selling food at the corner of the wall. Moreover, he was selling food on the spot. He immediately gave him a hard look. This is a good life. Gu Fei held a book in one hand and took the freshly cooked meat with the other. He sent a message to Fa and the others. How is it? Where are you now? It's so far. The students wailed. They spent the entire night playing the game on the road. The first half of the journey was still fine, but the second half was enough to make them want to die. 80% of the students were already regretting playing the boring game of relocation. Most of their energy was used to track down the culprit who came up with this stupid idea. Keep it up, we're almost there. Gu Fei had no idea where the students were at, so he randomly comforted them. Keep it up, the teacher said we're almost there. Fa also didn't know what to do, so he casually comforted them. The road from Moonlit Night City to White Stone City was straight and flat. It was much shorter than the road from Cloud City to Moonlit Night City. After about 2 hours, the students finally saw the majestic White Stone City. They were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. It was almost 7:00, the legal time for the all-nighters to go offline. The players came out from the various leveling areas and walked towards the White Stone City. For a moment, there was a brief bustle. In the weeds outside the South Gate, South Azure Sword, Glue, and unrivaled Lucky Star were crouched, nervously watching the passing players. Is it this group? Is it this group? 26 people. Can't we count them first? South Azure Sword was depressed. They're all in groups. Who knows if they're together or not? Glue was depressed. They'll probably come from the main road. South Azure Sword said. Then it's this group. Glue casually pointed at the group of people that were staggering along the main road. The mage in front was carrying a flag. 1, 2, 3, 4. South Azure Sword counted carefully. 26. It's them. When he finished counting, South Azure Sword shrunk his body and checked if the 3 of them were hidden well enough. Glue and unrivaled Lucky Star were also observing carefully, trying to figure out who this group that was invited by Qianli and personally escorted by Cloud Twilight were. Oh my god, with this equipment, can I call them primitive people? Glue was the first to exclaim. Appraisal. I don't think it's necessary, unrivaled Lucky Star said. Just like black water, they could tell what the equipment was just by looking at it. What's written on the mage's flag? 3 foot. What does that mean? Glue saw the 3 flag on Fa's shoulder. South Azure Sword and unrivaled Lucky Star scratched their heads. Also, don't you think it's weird for a mage to do this? Even if it's not a warrior, there's no need for a mage to do it, right? Glue said. Yeah, it's a little weird. The 3 of them could see clearly that there were all kinds of classes in the 26-man team. Could it be that this mage is like Qianli's drunk, adding stat points in another way? Glue made a bold guess. Is Qianli's drunk agility adding stat points to strength? Unrivaled Lucky Star said. How else would you explain a mage doing the physical work? Glue said. A strength mage. Unrivaled Lucky Star muttered. With a mountain monster like Qianli's drunk, they didn't dare to casually say that a mage that didn't add intelligence or spirit was trash. Damn, there's really someone below level 10. That guy is only level 7. After the other party entered the range of appraisal, Glue couldn't help but use appraisal. In the end, he hit the jackpot. It was a level 7 thief that didn't have a complete set of equipment. He was wearing clothes without a belt, a hat, and no shoes. Isn't it weird? Even if he's new to the game, since he has so many companions, it shouldn't be that he doesn't have a complete set of equipment, right? Moreover, there's no level restriction for equipment in the parallel world. Even if it's a level 0 player, their equipment might not be bad. Unrivaled Lucky Star said. This was also a matter of experience. They had once seen a level 9 player swagger through the streets with an exquisite weapon, attracting a bunch of robbers like red-eyed rabbits. However, this guy just didn't go to level up. Instead, he wore the halo of PK protection, which made the robbers want to choke on their greed. In the end, before he could finish leveling up, internal strife broke out among the robbers, resulting in a large number of casualties. It was this incident that made South Ranger feel that hunting in the wild wasn't reliable. That was why he walked the path of accepting targeted employment from clients. You mean, they're pretending to be pigs to eat tigers? Glue said. Maybe. Look at their stupid faces. Don't you have the urge to go up and bully them? Unrivaled Lucky Star said. Could they be in the same trade? Glue said. There were all kinds of methods in the robbery industry. Some robbers would use their own exquisite equipment to lure other robbers and then rob them. This kind of thing usually happened when a team had just completed a robbery and was returning home. At this time, they had goods and PK points, so they were worth robbing. And at this time, if you found a stupid player on the way back with exquisite equipment, as a cultured and responsible robber, you were bound to have the thought of taking advantage of the situation. Often, a tragedy would happen in the blink of an eye. This kind of robbery was the type that would grab and leave. They wouldn't keep a close eye on the target. Success or failure would be decided in one round. Therefore, the people who committed the crime would often change places after a shot. They would move around and exploit the hard work of the robbers. They were the kind of robbers that were despised by other robbers. And this group of kids in front of them, although they didn't reveal any exquisite equipment, their cowardly faces were extremely tempting. It was possible that they had some new ideas for robbing. Robbers also needed to survive and develop. How could they not have new ideas? Great South, what do you think? Glue and unrivaled Lucky Star muttered to each other. Excellent South didn't say a word. He watched as the group of 26 strode past the three of them. Excellent South still didn't say anything. He just pointed in a certain direction with his mouth, indicating that the two of them should pay attention. The two of them looked over and saw another group of players. There were about 10 or so of them. They looked like hooligans and were pointing at the 26 players. However, they weren't hiding in the bushes like Excellent South's group. Instead, they were openly standing on the side of the road and laughing at the 26 players. The three of them looked at each other. There would never be a lack of people like these who bullied others for fun. There were a lot of them in the game. This group of people was a heaven-sent test. It looked like they would be able to see how deep or shallow these 26 players were. The three of them were excited. They stared unblinkingly at the actions of this group of people. How would they react? Would they change equipment? What would be the use of those level 10 and under players in PvP? This was a question that Excellent South was especially concerned about. Hey, 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 hey. This, hey, wasn't a shout. It was a cry of surprise from Glue. These 26 players faced the group of people who were mocking and provoking them, but they didn't do anything. Instead, they took a detour. No way. They have so much self-restraint. Youngsters these days are amazing. Glue exclaimed in surprise. These were clearly kids. Didn't they say that kids these days relied on their familiarity with the Protection of Minors Act to understand the law and run amok? The media was just spouting nonsense. However, things didn't end there. Those hooligans couldn't hide. Seeing the 26 players take a detour, they chased after them and harassed them. The archer in the group even used a homing arrow to tease the little girl in the group. This is too ridiculous. They can even tolerate this. Glue was dumbfounded. The answer was clearly no. The 26 players glared angrily and loudly rebuked them. Unrivaled Lucky Star was also excited. He almost jumped out of the bushes. The strength mage is going to attack. Even though it's a sneak attack. The mage holding the flag quietly put away the flag and moved to the side. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he suddenly took out a staff and raised it. The combination of Heavenly Fire Wheel and Flaming Tree Thousand Layers Flames was instantly summoned and smashed onto the group of people. The people who had their eyes on the spell acted as if nothing had happened. A warrior stepped on a sea of fire and strode forward, swinging his greatsword with both hands. Where are they? Unrivaled Lucky Star asked. They seem to have been sent flying. Glue missed his eagle eye. If it was still there, he would definitely be able to see where they had flown to. What's going on? Unrivaled Lucky Star was confused. What else is going on? A bunch of rookies. Excellent South wasn't in a good mood. The sneak attack was quite successful. At least those people didn't notice it. Unrivaled Lucky Star said. This sneak attack was obviously the fuse. In just a few words, the two sides had already started fighting. In just an instant, the 26 people had already turned into 23 people. Excellent South didn't see the magical effect of PK protection. The few players who were below level 10 were thrown out of the battle like outsiders. They could only wave the things in their hands and shout and curse loudly. The remaining people who were fighting were obviously no match for them. They were immediately beaten up. However, no one retreated. Everyone consciously protected the few little girls in the team. "Fuck, I can't watch anymore," Glue said. "Yeah." Excellent South had already drawn his sword. Unrivaled Lucky Star began to bless the three of them. Glue jumped out of the bushes. As he drew his bow, he cleared his throat and prepared to speak. "Fuck, get down." Excellent South suddenly jumped up and pushed Glue back into the bushes. "Fuck, what's going on?" Jian Nanyu used so much force that his head, which was made of glue, was almost stuffed into the mud by him. He struggled to raise his head and saw that a ring of fire had already descended from the sky. Half of the people who had yet to rush into the battle immediately disappeared. Following that, a black figure suddenly flashed into their formation. After 2 flashes of fire, the other half also vanished into thin air. The people in the chaotic battle were all stunned. However, this person didn't hold back at all. He rushed into the chaotic battle and picked out these people one by one and accurately killed them. In less than a minute, the team of more than 10 people who had been flaunting their prowess was only left with a mere 3 people. The 3 of them were already scared out of their wits. They hugged their heads and fled in all directions. In the end, they weren't spared either. One was awarded with a lightning bolt, another was chased by a small fireball, and the third person was very lucky. He was personally chased by the person himself. At this time, the person had clearly used up all his magic power. He punched and kicked. The peng-peng sound of fists hitting flesh was truly unforgettable. The remaining guy was beaten to the point where he swayed left and right. Excellent South and the other 2 also shrunk lower and lower. Glue's head looked like it was about to be stuffed back into the mud. As expected of Qianli drunk. Invincible Lucky Star's face was deathly pale. "Shoo." Glue's head hid in the mud and said. The last survivor was finally beaten to death. The group of rookies surrounded him as if they had seen a family member. Some were laughing, some were crying, and some were cursing at the enemy who didn't even have a corpse. "Teacher, you're lying. The uncles in Moonlit Night City are very kind. The people here are too bad." A student cried. The uncles in Moonlit Night City? Gu Fei was at a loss. He thought to himself, could they be talking about Twilight in the Clouds? Kind? Gu Fei almost cursed in front of the students. Let's go, let's go. Let's enter the city first. Gu Fei said. General, Little Wu, and the class monitor were killed and returned to the city. A student said. It's fine, it's fine. When we get back, we'll get a scroll and directly teleport over. Gu Fei said. Then why didn't you teleport us earlier? A student asked. How could we have so much money? Gu Fei was angry. This group of students, all they wanted to do was take advantage of him all day long. Gu Fei led the students into the city. After a while, Excellent South and the other two poked their heads out from the bushes. Oh, damn, where are they? Why didn't they wait for me? A voice suddenly sounded out, scaring the three of them into shrinking back. They peeked their heads out and saw the sorcerer who ambushed them earlier crawl out from the bushes with his hands on his waist. Excellent South and the other two rolled their eyes at the sky. Chapter 592. After everyone had left, Azure Blade and the other two crawled out from the bushes and looked at each other. Ugh. These kids don't seem to have any background, do they? Lucky Star said. I think I heard them call Chinli drunk teacher. Glue said. Teacher. Students. Azure Blade's confusion was the same as Cloud Twilight's. Bringing students to play online games? Did the extracurricular activities have this kind of content? False alarm. Glue patted the dust off his body. Although he was in a sorry state, he felt quite comfortable. At least this time it wasn't a threat to them. Blackwater, these people aren't a threat. You stay in Moonlit City and continue to pay attention to Cloud Twilight's movements. As the boss, Azure Blade always thought more deeply than the others. Cloud Twilight and the others seemed to be preparing to go offline. At this moment, the all-nighters in Moonlit City also started to go offline. Alright, you can rest too. Azure Blade said. Let's go back to the city. After sending the message to Blackwater, Azure Blade called Glue and Lucky Star to go back to the city. The two of them were telling Huolini and the others about what they had just seen as a joke. Of course, some of the awkward actions of the three of them in the process had to be ignored. What is Qianli trying to do when he's drunk? Is he trying to run a kindergarten and become the king of children? Huolini laughed after hearing this. Although it wasn't a very funny thing, as long as Qianli was embarrassed, he would find it very funny. Did Silvermoon show up? Azure Blade asked the people squatting at the two revival points. No. The answer was unanimous. Silvermoon is not online anymore. Glue, who was Silvermoon's friend, told everyone. This kid is really lucky. He actually didn't go to these two safe zones. Everyone sighed. Alright, everyone is tired. Let's rest first. We'll talk about other things when we're online. Azure Blade said. Danon, the ideal magic staff. Everyone vaguely reminded each other. What should they do about the magic staff? Should they continue to persist or should they just give up? Everyone hoped for accurate information. Otherwise, they would always have a big stone in their hearts. Let me think if there's any other way. Azure Blade said. Sigh. Everyone sighed. Jian Nanyu was really persistent. If I didn't keep an eye on it for a night, the staff might have already been taken away. Don't worry, not yet. Jian Nan smiled. What? Everyone was startled. Today, when I was walking the law-abiding staff, I discovered someone of the same trade. Jian Nanyu said. Are you saying that there are other teams eyeing this staff? That's right. When Lucky Star went to the auction house, they were still there. At the very least, it means that the staff hasn't been taken away. South Azure Sword said. What's next? You guys rest. I'll keep an eye on him, said Invincible Lucky Star. Clearly, he had already communicated with Jian Nan in private. Okay. Everyone responded. The three players in the safe zone quickly went offline. When Jian Nanyu and the other two returned to the main city, they purposely took a detour to the auction house. The two faces of Jian Nanyu and Glue were obviously very dangerous here, and if they were masked, they would be regarded as evildoers and would be alerted. The three of them didn't go too close. Jian Nanyu and Glue hid in the corner. After Invincible Lucky Star went in and walked around, he quickly ran out and nodded at the two of them. It's still here. Jian Nanyu smiled. This was a really good discovery. From now on, they didn't need to be mantises hunting cicadas, they could be orioles. Perhaps Qianli could be easily fooled when he was drunk. Then you keep an eye on it. The two of us will go first, and then we'll switch with you. South Yu said to Invincible Lucky Star. Okay, go quickly. Invincible Lucky Star nodded. They hadn't slept for the whole night, and they were still working. The robbers could be considered to have worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk. They were much more tired than the average player in the game. Who asked for equipment to be dropped in the game to be more annoying than robbing in real life? Jian Nanyu and the others were instantly wiped out. Young Masters Elite Group, Slender Waist Dance, Vast Expanse, Fireball, these various players had all logged off after a busy night. Gu Fei, who had always been known for his short gaming time, had yet to get a chance to rest. The students had just arrived at Whitestone City and witnessed Gu Fei killing more than 10 people in an instant. All of them were in a state of excitement, pestering Gu Fei with all sorts of questions. Gu Fei was about to break down. The 6 new players who joined the game today even boldly asked Gu Fei for equipment. From what they knew, other students had been rewarded with equipment by Gu Fei after they joined the game. They believed that their teacher should be fair and should not favor one over the other. However, the items that Gu Fei had accumulated in his warehouse had long since been used up during the previous reward. After that, he had gone on this quest with Reigning the Four Seas, and it had been a long time since he had properly farmed monsters. How could he possibly have any harvest? Quiet, quiet. Gu Fei yelled at the students. Do you think I'm running a shop? All my equipment was shining last time. There's nothing left now. If you don't have any equipment, give us some money. We can buy it ourselves. The students refused to give up. I don't have any money either. Gu Fei said. All his money was in Sword Demon's account. Teacher, you're lying. A student curled his lips. The forum said that you sold your sword for 20,000 gold coins. How could you not have any money? That's right, that's right. Everyone jeered. Gu Fei's face was covered in tears. He was really a big shot in this game. He sold a sword, and he even made the headlines on the forum. Everyone knew about it. In order to prove his innocence, Gu Fei could only take out the Night Streak sword and show it to everyone. Look, the sword is still here. It was just a joke between teacher and a friend. I didn't really sell it. Ah, what a beautiful sword. Teacher, how about I make do with this sword? A student said. Make do. No matter how much Gu Fei didn't value equipment, he didn't want to give it to someone who was just making do with it. Looking at the student's yearning gaze, Gu Fei said meaningfully, Are you going to transfer schools next semester? No. The student was at a loss for a moment. Then, he realized the threat in these words and cried, Teacher, spare me. A teacher couldn't take a person's life, but a physical education teacher could take half of your life. Be good and stop messing around. It's getting late. Let's all rest. You're still growing. How can you not sleep the whole night? Gu Fei said. TSK. The students snorted. It was really despicable to be lectured while playing a game. You're all going to transfer schools, aren't you? Gu Fei roared. The students cried as they lined up and walked towards the safe zone. You have to plan your time properly. It's only the first day of vacation and you're already this crazy. Gu Fei lectured. You can read less textbooks during vacation, but how can you not exercise? You have to maintain a certain amount of outdoor activity every day. As expected of a physical education teacher. He even dared to say such things like reading less textbooks. The students all sighed in admiration. Teacher, what do you do in the game every day? On the way to the safe zone, a student asked. Fight against the forces of evil. Gu Fei said. Everyone roared with laughter. What forces of evil? Teacher, bring us to fight together. Someone even jeered. You guys? We were almost exterminated by the forces of evil. What can we use to fight against them? Gu Fei said. Then teacher, bring us to level up. What's the point of leveling up? Gu Fei said. Then what do we do? The students were at a loss. Learn martial arts. Gu Fei said. Teacher's illness is acting up again. The students discussed and dispersed. After a good night's sleep, Gu Fei's body was much more sensitive than the average person's. He could clearly feel that this night's sleep couldn't completely make up for the exhaustion brought about by pulling an all-nighter. This kind of thing might be overlooked by normal people, but for someone like Gu Fei who was used to vigorous exercise, he could clearly feel the effects of pulling an all-nighter on his body. Simply put, although he had gotten some sleep after pulling an all-nighter, his body hadn't recovered to its peak condition. This couldn't go on. There was no harm in playing more games during vacation, but he couldn't stay up night after night to play. Moreover, there were more than 20 students gathered together. He had to set an example and let them see how to arrange their time properly. As he thought about it, Gu Fei entered the game. "Teacher, why are you so late? Teacher, you're so late. Teacher, why did you sleep for so long?" As soon as he went online, the message notifications kept ringing. It was so loud that Gu Fei's hands were trembling. As expected, sending messages was something that youngsters were better at. "Why are you all so early? Did you rest properly?" Gu Fei repeated the message 20 times. All right. Teacher, hurry up and bring us to level." The same message was replied 20 times. "We'll talk when we meet." Gu Fei really couldn't stand this method of sending messages. Under a certain city gate, the 20 online students were already ready to go. The students were also very good at using the internet. Before going online, they had already searched for information on leveling in Whitestone City. At this time, they had prepared dry rations and fruits and were about to rush to the leveling area. When Gu Fei rushed over to take a look, he saw that the guys who hadn't even reached level 10 yesterday, with the help of their classmates, were all dressed in a nondescript manner. Seeing Gu Fei come over, the group of kids cheered and hurriedly prepared to set off. "What's the rush?" Gu Fei said. "Level." Everyone loudly replied. "I already said that leveling is useless." Gu Fei said. "Teacher, don't tell me you're going to act up right after waking up," a student said. Gu Fei's nose almost became crooked from anger. He had already shown his skills in the game many times. Why did these kids still not know what was good for them? "Whether or not leveling is useful, I really want to let the 5 roaches in the game tell you," Gu Fei said. The students whispered among themselves. After a while, a student raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, what are the 5 roaches?" "Stupid. You don't even know the 5 roaches." Fa said with disdain. "The 5 people with the highest experience ranking in the parallel world are called the 5 roaches. Do you know who they are?" "I know." Another student jumped out. "I looked at the experience ranking yesterday. The 5 people with the highest are called Drifting, 100 Years of Statecraft, Against the Current, Strange Pupil, and Sunset in the Cloud." Sunset in the Cloud? Gu Fei was startled. The ranking was updated again. He didn't do it himself. However, he quickly remembered that it was the slender waist dance that day. Sunset in the Cloud, it's the uncle from Moonlit Night City. He's one of the 5 roaches. He's amazing. The students discussed with admiration. Gu Fei saw that these guys were treating Sunset in the Cloud as their idol. Weren't they going astray? Just as he was about to speak, Fa had already made a long, tisk sound. "That's why I said you guys aren't good enough." Fa said proudly, "The 5 roaches are ranked based on experience. You have to maintain it for a long time to be considered strong. Since the beginning of the game, only Drifting and 100 Years of Statecraft have been standing on this ranking. As for who the original people were, you guys wouldn't know them even if I told you. All you need to know is that those guys were all kicked off by our teachers. Everyone, clap your hands." Fa led the applause. This action was undoubtedly a little silly. The students didn't move. They only looked at Gu Fei as if trying to seek the truth from him. Fa's words aren't accurate. "I wasn't the one who killed Slender Waist Dance," Gu Fei said. Fa immediately started lecturing again. "Do you guys know who this Slender Waist Dance is? She's the woman who bought Teacher's sword on the forum. She's the #1 RMB warrior in online gaming." Although Fa's skill level in the online gaming world wasn't that great, he was still considered a veteran. His words were clear and logical. There's also Uncle Yun Jongmu. Ha, you guys definitely don't know this. The reason he's so strong today is all because teacher helped him defeat the evil former world guild in Moonlit Night City and helped him become the boss, AFA said. This was no longer a secret. The other students didn't know about it because they weren't as passionate about the game as AFA. Some of them were even beginners who had just been dragged into the game by their classmates. Now, they were confused by the term RMB warrior that AFA mentioned. Teacher, then what's your ranking in the parallel world? The students finally understood. AFA had been boasting for so long to tell them that Teacher Gu was a very, very impressive person. Idiot, didn't teacher already say that level isn't important? Things like rankings are just fleeting clouds. If teacher wants to be number one, he just has to kill everyone once. Isn't that right, teacher? AFA smiled fawningly. That's enough. Gu Fei wasn't in a good mood. Although he knew that AFA was indeed boasting about him, why did he still feel uncomfortable all over? This didn't seem to be what he wanted to say. What did he want to say? Then level isn't important. What's important? Someone asked. Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up. That's a good question. What's important? Of course it's martial arts. Gu Fei clenched his fist. The students all looked at each other. AFA immediately jumped out again. Everyone, don't doubt me. Actually, teacher hasn't been lying all this time. He really knows martial arts. He's super powerful. You guys saw it this morning. More than 10 burly men were instantly killed by teacher. Wasn't that an instant kill with magic? After all, there were still people who knew how to play games. They could tell that if it wasn't for the power of magic, there was no way he could have killed them so cleanly. Let me see if you can kill one in a second, AFA said unhappily. No one paid attention to AFA. Everyone turned to look at Gu Fei, hoping to find the truth from him. Regarding this, AFA wasn't exaggerating at all. Teacher is indeed very knowledgeable about martial arts. Gu Fei said, actually, it's not just me. For example, one of the 5 strongmen that you guys mentioned just now, 100 generations of classics, also knows martial arts. If that's the case, why were you beaten up so badly by an old man, teacher? Someone mentioned the video that was widely circulated on the school's website. Every computer class student had seen this video. Gu Fei was actually a celebrity in the school. Because that old man is your teacher's father. Actually, Gu Fei had always wanted to explain this question, but he never had the chance. Everyone seemed to have agreed not to question this question at all. However, speaking of which, old man Gu was indeed very domineering in the video. Many people thought that they were no match for him, so they didn't dwell on this question too much. Is that so? The students began to whisper again. This was because this incident had a profound impact on Gu Fei. The entire school, including the principal, thought that he was very shameless. At this moment, the students were guessing, was the shameless teacher Gu Fei trying to find a random father to get rid of the problem that had been bothering him for a long time? Gu Fei was already very satisfied to have a chance to tell the truth. He didn't care too much about whether the students believed him or not. He only continued saying, because this game is highly realistic, having super strong equipment or super high levels is far less practical than having exquisite combat skills. Teacher's equipment is indeed stronger, but if you don't believe me, I won't use any weapons or magic. Who wants to come up and try? Gu Fei asked. The students stared with their eyes wide open. Teacher Gu Fei seemed to be serious. Let me try. Someone among the students stood up. Gu Fei glanced at the student and smiled. Teacher, you won't punish me if I lose, right? The student was still worried. I'll only punish you if I win, so you better let me lose. Gu Fei smiled. Then I'll come. This boy was a warrior. As long as a mage didn't use any magic, not to mention weapons, he would have no chance of winning. If he fought, he would be in an invincible position. A mage who didn't use magic would have no attack power. How could he lose? He held the long sword in his hand and slashed at his chest. Gu Fei dodged to the side and reminded him, "You can use skills." "Then teacher, you have to be careful." The boy shouted, holding the sword with both hands and slashing at him with a backhand. Gu Fei had already seen that he was going to use whirlwind slash. This was the problem of many beginners. They didn't judge the situation and didn't look for opportunities. They only knew how to rely on their strongest skills. Gu Fei had already jumped 2 steps back. The boy was still holding the sword in a daze. Gu Fei took out an apple from his pocket and weighed it in his hand. After seeing it clearly, he suddenly threw it with all his might. Whirlwind Slash's attack wasn't just on the sword. The whirlwind that the sword created also had priority. Throwing an apple had no way of penetrating Whirlwind Slash. But that wasn't Gu Fei's goal. The apple accurately hit the tip of the boy's sword. It immediately split into 2 and bounced up and down. The top half was sucked into the whirlwind and was instantly crushed. The apple juice splashed onto the boy's face. The bottom half landed on the ground. The boy turned and stepped on it. He slipped and fell on his back. Chapter 593. The boy had already fallen to the ground, but he did not know what had happened. He checked his body in a daze and found that his health had dropped very little. His fighting spirit was ignited again, and he got up and continued to slash at Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was ready to smile and say some pleasantries to continue promoting his kung fu, but before he could open his mouth, the boy's sword had already swung at Gu Fei. Gu Fei hurriedly dodged to the side and asked in surprise, "What?" The boy was also stunned. He quickly put away his sword and asked, "Are we not going to fight anymore? Do you really want to be beaten to death by me?" Gu Fei's face darkened. The boy scratched his head. "I still have a lot of HP. Gu Fei was helpless. "Isn't falling down enough? I was too careless." The boy reflected deeply. Then he found half an apple on the ground that had caused him to slip and kicked it away. He scolded, "Which idiot is littering?" Gu Fei's face darkened even more. He seemed to have played a little too skillfully. Did this fool not know that he had thrown the apple and caused him to fall? But the eyes of the crowd should be clear. Gu Fei looked at the other students, and the other students were looking at him. They did see that the apple was thrown by Gu Fei, but no one thought that this throw was the result of Gu Fei's precise calculation. The students looked at Gu Fei quietly. Finally, one of them mustered up the courage and said, "Teacher, although this is a game, it's not good to litter. I endure." Gu Fei could only grit his teeth and swallow it. They were all his students. Was he going to beat them black and blue like he was dealing with a hooligan? Gu Fei could not be so ruthless, so he used this move. In the end, the students thought that he was littering. His good intentions were not rewarded. "Teacher, are we still going?" The soldier student said. "Okay. If I'm not polite, don't blame me for being ruthless." Gu Fei had to prove his kung fu. Beating people in the game did not hurt much anyway. He rolled up the sleeves of his dark spirit robe and prepared to fight for real. "Ha, teacher, don't go easy on me." The boy looked much more confident than Gu Fei. Ouch! As soon as he finished speaking, the student's head was already flipped upside down. He felt a sharp pain on the bridge of his nose. He looked down in a daze. Gu Fei's fist had just retracted from his eyelids. Gu Fei looked at him and said, "Focus." Ah! The boy didn't even have time to react before he took a punch head-on. He only saw Gu Fei's second punch flying towards him. The guy didn't even try to dodge, instead he waved the great sword in his hand and slashed towards Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei had already expected that with his skill level, he would use this kind of crude fighting method that would harm himself while injuring the enemy. Of course, Gu Fei wouldn't let him succeed. This punch was a feint. After luring the sword out, Gu Fei took a step forward and dodged the incoming sword. At the same time, Gu Fei's punch landed on his shoulder. Gu Fei was kind and did not want to beat the student into a pulp. The two punches from the mage did not hurt the warrior at all. The boy's sword missed and he wanted to continue attacking. However, he did not expect that Gu Fei was standing in a very tricky position. He could only swing his sword halfway when his arm could no longer twist. And Gu Fei seemed to have known this would happen. When the boy's sword could no longer swing, he smiled at him and flicked the boy's head with his finger. What happened next made the students, who were completely amateurs, realize how terrifying Gu Fei was. The boy's sword couldn't even touch Gu Fei. If you said that Gu Fei was running and he was chasing, it would be easy to understand. But Gu Fei was right beside him, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the front, sometimes to the back. He dodged according to the direction of the boy's sword and counterattacked. The boy did not know how many punches he had taken. If Gu Fei had a weapon in his hand, he would have died a long time ago. It was only because he was barehanded that he was able to hold on for so long. However, after taking so many punches, even a blockhead would know that he wouldn't be able to defeat the person in front of him. However, the audience was no longer limited to students. Many players who were passing by had stopped to watch this unique duel. This left the boy at a loss as to what to do. He could only continue to swing the sword in his hand mechanically. Even he himself knew that his swings were all for naught. Gu Fei looked at the boy's confused face and could not help but laugh. He waved his hand and poked the boy's head again. Then he jumped out of the fight and said with a smile, "Are you done?" The boy touched his head. He was completely shocked and could not answer. The other students were also stunned for a long time. Then, they suddenly surrounded him and shouted, "Teacher, teach me." Gu Fei finally achieved the desired effect and was extremely satisfied. He immediately put on airs and said, "If you have this kind of skill, do you still need levels?" "No need, no need." The students all rushed to answer. He. After Gu Fei laughed, he changed his attitude. Actually, levels are still very necessary. If you don't have the support of levels, you won't be able to use such fast moves. Then what should we do? The students were at a loss. Levels are the foundation. Kung Fu is the technique. After Gu Fei thought about it, he felt that this was a reasonable summary. Then should we go level or learn Kung Fu? The students were puzzled. Learn Kung Fu? That's too arrogant. Do you think that this is like leveling in a game? Do you think it will only take 3 to 5 months? Gu Fei said. It will take as long as 3 to 5 months. The students exclaimed. Gu Fei's face turned cold. These kids felt that 3 to 5 months was too long. He had been training since he was young. Even now, he was still tirelessly working hard to improve himself. The holidays are only a month. The students said gloomily. Gu Fei also sighed. That's right. Even if ordinary people wanted to learn Kung Fu, they didn't have the time or the conditions. If he was a child, he had to go through 9 years of compulsory education and high school exams. He wouldn't even need to talk about Kung Fu. You guys don't have the conditions to learn Kung Fu. However, I can teach you some combat techniques. At least I can help you deal with monsters and PK in the game. Gu Fei said. Then hurry up and start. The students shouted. Let's go to the wilderness. Gu Fei waved his hand and led the students away. In the wilderness, Gu Fei carried a small monster and taught the students on the spot. Technique, this really was technique. This was what Gu Fei found when he was fighting monsters. He used his vicious eyes to observe the attack patterns of these small NPC monsters. Thinking back to the time when he was second on the efficiency leaderboard, it wasn't an undeserved reputation. Gu Fei used his talent to discover a way to fight monsters that far surpassed the average player. Even old veterans like Sword Demon definitely didn't have this level of skill. And the small NPC monsters were excellent teaching models. Their movements were meticulous and they would respawn immediately after being destroyed. At this time, the students sat neatly in 2 rows. As if they were in a physical education class, they watched as Gu Fei demonstrated how to break down the monster. When facing this kind of attack, the first step is to turn sideways and take a step to the right. Distance. Look clearly at the distance of this step. Everyone, remember it. Gu Fei used a backhand slash to kill the small monster. Then, he repeated the action of turning sideways and taking a step to the right. Okay, everyone get up and follow me. Gu Fei said as he clapped his hands for the students to stand up. Turn sideways. Take a step to the right. Pay attention to the distance. After Gu Fei finished, he came back to check on the students' step and corrected a few of their mistakes. Yes, that's it. Do it again. Turn sideways and take a step to the right. Not bad. Gu Fei was completely immersed in teaching. The next step is counterattack. The counterattack will be slightly different. This depends on what kind of weapon you are using. You need to practice it specifically. Everyone, divide into groups according to your class. Clerics can be in a group with mages. Archers. If archers want to play shooting, go back and practice Counter-Strike. Okay, after dividing into groups, everyone practice the first step. I will teach each group how to counterattack one by one. Then, according to the length of the weapon and the way of attack, Gu Fei taught the students how to counterattack one by one. Okay, now that everyone has grasped the counterattack, let's do the 2 parts of the action together. There is a detail that everyone must pay attention to. It is the connection between the first and second step. It is divided into 2 steps for the convenience of everyone's practice. In fact, these 2 steps should be done in one go. More accurately, we should not call it 2 steps. If everyone still counts the first and second steps in a real battle, it will be terrible. For the next connecting practice, everyone must give up the habit of counting the first and second steps and complete the 2 parts of the action as a whole. Is everyone clear? Clear, the students replied in a drawl. Okay, keep to the groups. I will first lead the warrior group to practice. The other groups can try it out by themselves. Gu Fei said as he went to practice with the warrior group. After leading the warrior group to practice a few times and instructing them to continue practicing by themselves, Gu Fei ran to the thief group and followed the mage group. Okay, now everyone use your own method to practice together. Gu Fei stood at the front of the group and gave instructions, correcting the students' questions from time to time. Teacher, we are very familiar with each other. Let's practice with the monsters. Gradually, some of the students who had mastered it began to look forward to the actual battle. Are they all cooked? Gu Fei asked. Cooked. He dragged his voice again. In that case. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then pointed at Fa and said, Fa, bring a few people to lure 4 monsters back. Send one to each group. Each group will send 1 person to practice with the monster. The others will observe carefully and see if he is doing it correctly. If there is any danger, remember to quickly finish off the monster. The students began practicing with the monsters according to Gu Fei's instructions. In the beginning, there were indeed many accidents, but as the practice deepened, everyone gradually became familiar with this method of fighting. Gu Fei saw that it was about time and suddenly killed all 4 monsters. He clapped his hands to gather everyone and began his lesson. Just now, everyone has probably realized that this method is actually the most common way to deal with small monsters. In fact, small monsters will occasionally use other kinds of attacks. I realized that most of the students would choose to endure the other kinds of attacks and wait for the small monsters to return to this kind of attack. But, as Gu Fei spoke, he pointed at 3 students. Wang Shuangshuang, Zhang Fan, and Hu Yong did well. They notice the other monster's other attacks and can also use this method to avoid and counterattack. However, they will need to make some changes. Next, let me demonstrate. After a whole 2 hours, Gu Fei finally finished teaching the entire set of methods to fight these level 30 small monsters. The students' comprehension and athletic talents were different, so their mastery of the method was uneven. However, there was only so much theoretical knowledge. The rest would depend on whether the students practiced diligently. Alright, today's lesson ends here. You will use this method to level up. In tomorrow's lesson, we will learn the level 35 One-Eyed Hunter. One-Eyed Hunters have higher agility. Characters who have not added agility above level 20 will not be able to use this method, so you don't have to come. These students will learn the level 35 Lumberjack from me the day after tomorrow. It's a method that doesn't require high agility. Gu Fei summarized the day and previewed the content of the next lesson. Teacher. Immediately, a student objected. It was, characters who have not added agility above level 20. Then won't we have to practice a day late? Yeah, after tomorrow, they will be fighting level 35 monsters. We still have to fight level 30 monsters for the whole day. Right, teacher, since there is a method to fight level 35 monsters, why don't we just learn it? Why do we have to learn level 30? You haven't even learned how to walk and you want to run? Don't you know how to advance step by step? Don't you see that many students are having a hard time fighting level 30 monsters? Gu Fei said. Of course it's hard. They haven't even reached level 10 yet. A student mumbled. In reality, it wasn't just hard. These students couldn't fight at all. If it weren't for the help of others, they would have died countless times during their practice. Gu Fei gathered these students in front of him and said sincerely, look, you guys are the typical examples of low levels. Your foundation isn't solid enough. There's no other way. You can only work hard and quickly raise your level in these 2 days. Only then can you practice with everyone else. Otherwise, you can only watch everyone practice while you guys get experience. Isn't that boring? No, I think this is pretty good. A student replied with a mischievous smile. If you don't have the will to improve, you won't have a future. Gu Fei looked at him with disdain. Seeing the students use the techniques he taught to kill monsters, Gu Fei felt a sense of accomplishment. However, he didn't forget his own position. After looking at the time, he called out to the students, okay, everyone will practice this method for another hour. You can go offline and rest. Teacher, don't, it's the holidays now. The students wailed. Even if it's the holidays, you can't play too much. Go offline and rest. Read some books and eat dinner. After dinner, you can come back and play for a while. Don't play too late and don't pull an all-nighter. Sleep early and wake up early. Tomorrow's class is in the morning. If you don't come, it will be considered truancy. Teacher is too much. The students cried. Teacher, I have something to do tomorrow morning. Can I not come? A student came over and asked. Sure, then don't go online for a day and do your work. If it's just in the morning, take a leave of absence and ask your parents to sign it. Gu Fei said. The students cried. Teacher, you won't let us play, but you play so fiercely yourself. The students protested. I will keep the same schedule as everyone else. Everyone can also monitor me. Gu Fei said. The students cried. So what if we monitor you? It's not like we can record your attendance or deduct your conduct. Okay, don't be so long-winded. In the time it takes to talk, you can kill quite a few monsters. You'll soon find out. If you use the method I teach, practicing for an hour is enough. If you practice again at night, it'll be even better. Gu Fei said. The students were skeptical, but since things had come to this, there was no other way. They could only search for monsters under Gu Fei's supervision to level up. Gu Fei walked among the students, freeloading off the EXP the students gave him, while occasionally correcting the students' mistakes. When he was in a good mood, he would personally demonstrate a few difficult techniques so that the students with high comprehension could continue to improve. The hour passed by quickly. After they were done with their training, the students were surprised to find that it was just as Gu Fei had said. The efficiency of this hour was incredible. It was at least 2 to 3 hours more than they normally would. It's that abnormal. The students were astonished. What's so special about it? A student skillfully demonstrated what he learned today. If we can practice like this for an entire day. A student thought, but Gu Fei's gaze was already on him. He hurriedly lowered his head and swallowed his words. Form up, return to the city. Gu Fei shouted. The students dilly-dallied and reluctantly formed the team for 10 minutes. During this time, they killed a few monsters. Gu Fei didn't feel too conflicted. He let the students form the team and led everyone back to the city. Hey, old son and the others didn't come today. What a loss. On the way back, the students chatted happily, feeling sorry for those who didn't make it in time. Those who didn't come, you can give each other pointers. Gu Fei reminded everyone. Okay. The students nodded obediently. At the revival point, Gu Fei escorted the students offline one by one. The students cried again. This teacher was the last to go offline. Who knew if he went offline or not? Should they do a surprise check? If they really bumped into him, he would most likely say that he caught them and brought them back to play the game. In reality, Gu Fei wasn't as shameless as the students thought. After seeing that the students had all gone offline, he did as he said and left the game. Just like that, the ones who suffered the most were Jian Nanyu and the others. Jian Nanyu now had Gu Fei as a friend. When they saw that Gu Fei was online, the 7 of them acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They paid 120% of their attention to their surroundings, afraid that a flame would descend from the sky or a black shadow would suddenly appear in front of them. Anything red or black would make the 7 of them shudder. However, what was even more painful was that from the time Gu Fei went online to the time he went offline, everyone was shocked and jumped, but nothing happened. What the hell is this guy doing? The 7 of them were vexed. The buyer of the staff hasn't shown up for another day. The auction house was still observing. However, Jian Nanyu and the others had already recognized their peers who were eyeing the staff. As long as their peers made a move, it definitely wouldn't escape their eyes. Chapter 594. For the next few days, Gu Fei did as he promised and taught his students how to fight against monsters of different levels. These fighting methods could not be considered kung fu. They could only be considered as regular fighting methods after figuring out the attacking habits of the monsters. Each fighting method was extremely effective against the small monsters. If it was another enemy that followed this train of thought, the only outcome would be death. Of course, if one's brain was more flexible and knew how to draw inferences about other cases from one instance and be able to read the meaning of these fighting methods, then it would be a different matter. However, this was not something that a layman could do. One had to be an expert in kung fu to be able to do so. Gu Fei's students were smart enough to adjust the original fighting method of stepping left and striking right according to the specific situation to step right and strike left. This was already their limit. This small change could be considered sharp against a computer that was strict with its moves, but it was far from enough to be used in actual combat. Even so, the results were enough to surprise Gu Fei. He had never seen students with such high enthusiasm for learning. If the first day of learning was a little forced, then after tasting the sweetness of the fighting method taught by Gu Fei, the students began to learn to take the initiative. Many of them flipped through the information and researched the small monsters that they needed to fight. Then, they came over to ask Gu Fei how to deal with these monsters. Gu Fei's path of leveling was mainly about wanted missions. Killing monsters was just for show. In fact, there were not many types of small monsters that he had killed. The few types that he taught the students were all monsters that he had encountered on his way to leveling. That was why he had developed such a mature fighting method. At this time, many of the students asked about the small monsters that Gu Fei had not even heard of. How was he supposed to answer? After saying that he was not too sure, the students were very disappointed. Gu Fei did not think much of it at first, but then he happened to hear the students talking in private. They actually thought that the teacher's kung fu was nothing special. This made Gu Fei very depressed. He did not know. It was just because he was not familiar with these small monsters. However, the students misunderstood that the teacher's kung fu could not do it. What a joke. When it came to fighting, was there anything that the kung fu could not handle? Gu Fei was obsessed with kung fu. After the student logged off that day, Gu Fei immediately contacted Brother Yu and asked about the information and distribution of the 4 types of monsters that the student had asked about that day. Gu Fei then immediately rushed to the leveling area to do some actual combat research. The next day, after teaching the content of fighting monsters for the day, Gu Fei solemnly taught the 4 ways to fight the monsters that he had just researched yesterday to the 4 students who asked him questions. He clearly conveyed a message to them. This kind of thing was easy to do, the key was whether they were willing to do it or not. The results were mixed. What made them happy was that the 4 students gasped in admiration on the spot, thinking that martial arts were indeed omnipotent. The worrisome thing was that on that day, 6 more students asked about 6 different ways to fight the monsters. Gu Fei felt as if he had fallen into a trap, and this trap was set by himself. He could only blame himself for his obsession with kung fu. Even so, this obsession did not lessen Gu Fei's obsession. Gu Fei continued to teach the 6 ways to fight the monsters until the next day. After the students logged off that day, Gu Fei asked Brother Yu for information and rushed to the leveling area to do some research. This feeling was like preparing for a lesson. On the 3rd day, after teaching the 6 types of monsters, Gu Fei guessed that there would be new questions. Sure enough, on that day, 6 more students asked about the 6 types of monsters, and they did not speak much. It was as if they knew that Gu Fei would definitely not give an answer until the next day. After throwing the question to Gu Fei, they automatically disappeared. Damn! Gu Fei felt as if he was on a quest. These students were NPCs who gave him quests. 6 a day, it was like a daily routine. Are you busy? Gu Fei turned around and called Brother Yu. Hey, you're here. I've been waiting. What questions do you want to ask today? Brother Yu was not annoyed at all. He loved it when people asked him questions. In fact, what Gu Fei was doing now was Brother Yu's hobby. Today is. Gu Fei sent the names of the 6 types of monsters over. I'll help you check. Brother Yu opened his omnipotent encyclopedia. As he looked, he sent a message to Gu Fei. I say, what are you busy with? 4 types the day before yesterday, 6 types yesterday, and another 6 today. I've written them all down for you. Are you doing some research? Not only did Brother Yu like people asking him questions, but he also loved asking questions. This time, he actually waited until the 3rd day to ask. He was already being polite to Gu Fei. You want to know? Come with me. Gu Fei replied. Okay. Brother Yu was obviously not annoyed. Gu Fei was even less annoyed. He always had to go to the library to look up information or take the library with him. If possible, he would definitely choose the latter. The 2 arranged to meet. When Brother Yu arrived, he had already found out everything that Gu Fei needed. What Gu Fei needed to know were the monsters' levels, attack methods, and distribution locations. This is what you want. Brother Yu was very meticulous. The 6 types of monsters that Gu Fei asked about were listed on a piece of paper. When he saw Gu Fei at the city gate, he immediately handed it over. Thank you. Gu Fei took it and looked at it. If we go out from here, we'll be closest to the wilderness visitor. Brother Yu pointed at the third type of monster on the paper. Okay. Gu Fei nodded. Tell me, why do you ask about so many monsters every day? Brother Yu asked as he led the way. I'm researching how to fight these monsters. Gu Fei said. Then why do you research so much? Brother Yu was curious. Some of the monsters that Gu Fei asked about were very low level. They weren't suitable for him, who was already over level 40. Gu Fei sighed and told him about his group of students coming to White Stone City to join him. Although Brother Yu already knew that Gu Fei was a teacher, it was still embarrassing for a teacher to bring students to play online games. However, at this moment, Brother Yu was more concerned about the efficient way to fight these monsters that Gu Fei said he was researching. How efficient? Brother Yu asked. Did you forget that I was ranked second on the efficiency leaderboard? Gu Fei felt that he didn't need any specific data. This was enough to convince Brother Yu. That's right. I still remember that the one who ranked first on the efficiency leaderboard was that Heng Xiao. A cleric actually ranked first on the leveling efficiency leaderboard. That's too shocking. Speaking of which, didn't this guy keep saying that he wanted to reconcile with you? A while ago, he was always looking for trouble with us, but recently there hasn't been any movement. Also, this guy is clearly from the game company. I complained to them and they said that they're investigating, but there hasn't been any response. How strange. Huh. Do you think that they've already investigated and banned this guy? No wonder there hasn't been any movement for so long. Right, don't you have him as a friend? Has he been online these past few days? Brother Yu looked at Gu Fei and asked. However, he saw that Gu Fei was also looking at him with a speechless face. Gu Fei even stopped walking. Brother Yu is Brother Yu, thinking a lot. We're off topic. What were we talking about? Brother Yu awkwardly laughed at himself. The method I've developed to fight monsters is absolutely efficient. You can learn it later and try it yourself. Heng Xiao is from the game company. When I first met him, he admitted it himself. I think it should be true. Also, this guy has been online these past few days, but he hasn't replied to any of my messages. Gu Fei answered everything that Brother Yu had just mentioned in one breath. Ha! Brother Yu laughed dryly. For a moment, he was too embarrassed to reply to Gu Fei's words. The place where the wilderness visitors gathered wasn't far from the main city. The two casually chatted for a while before they saw the figure of this type of monster on the map. This monster is level 25, you have to go easy on it. Brother Yu reminded Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled and nodded. When he took his hand out of his pocket, he was holding a dagger. You want to use a dagger? The kid asking how to fight this monster is a thief. Of course, I want to learn how to fight with a dagger. Gu Fei said. Oh. Brother Yu quickly nodded. In the end, he very selfishly asked, then which monster is the knight asking about? Gu Fei saw through his thoughts and smiled, Brother Yu, if you want to learn which monster to fight, just tell me. Since it's convenient for me these past few days, I'll help you study it. I just want to try the efficiency of killing monsters that you mentioned. Brother Yu smiled foolishly. You'll see. Gu Fei pointed at the fourth monster on the paper. This kid is a knight. I'm looking forward to it. Brother Yu said. In the end, they didn't waste time chatting. Gu Fei immediately took the dagger and fought the monster. Brother Yu watched from the side, dumbfounded. Fortunately, he already knew that Qianli was an invincible close combat mage. If he really saw a mage fight a monster with a dagger, wouldn't his heart stop beating? Brother Yu was an adult after all. His understanding was better than a child's. Moreover, he had personally witnessed the entire process of Gu Fei's research. He understood Gu Fei's thinking. It was to understand all of the monster's attack and defense methods, and then create a set of attacks that could be followed. The most exciting part was when Gu Fei tested the monster. The endless attack methods dazzled Brother Yu. He guessed that after watching Gu Fei's performance, he would never be attracted to exciting fighting scenes in action movies again. On the contrary, the content of the later development was more boring. It was just repeated experiments, and if there was a mistake, they would have to start from the beginning again. This process continued until Brother Yu was a little tired of it, but Gu Fei still persisted in trying. The fighting methods that he had taught his students were all things that he had unintentionally discovered while repeatedly fighting monsters. Now that he was doing research like writing a thesis, it was naturally very boring. In the end, Brother Yu finally saw that he had finally succeeded. After a set of attacks, not only did the monster not touch Gu Fei, but the moves of both sides became a cycle. As long as these movements were carried out step by step, the monster would inevitably fall. Too awesome. Brother Yu's mouth was wide open. The things that Gu Fei had developed were even more terrifying than he had imagined. This was no longer just about efficiency. If he could completely grasp Gu Fei's methods, more importantly, it would be safe. There would be no consumption of his own body. This fighting method was really economical and practical. Gu Fei tried it on 5 monsters in a row. After confirming that there were no problems, he gave up. He nodded towards Brother Yu and said, "Okay, let's go to the next one." "How did you do it?" Brother Yu worshipped Gu Fei to death. "That's why I said that Kung Fu can be summed up in one word, okay." Gu Fei clenched his fist. "Later, I'll also pick a monster that I often fight. Help me study it." Brother Yu said. "No problem." Gu Fei nodded. "Do you want to ask Sword Demon and the others if they want to learn a thing or two?" Brother Yu asked. Them. They don't need to. The training methods that they've figured out are already very suitable for them, especially since they can fully utilize their own characteristics and the advantages of their equipment. If they want to learn a more efficient method, then there's one, but what? It's too difficult. They need to have a foundation. Gu Fei said. "How difficult is it?" "Like me, fighting monsters that are 20 levels higher than me. Although I can also practice a similar method, the requirements for my own reaction speed are very high. Another point is that there's an absolute requirement for agility. I don't think you guys are like me, adding agility to any class, right?" Gu Fei said. "Impossible." Brother Yu wiped his sweat. "That's why I said that they don't need to anymore." Gu Fei said. "What about me?" Brother Yu asked. "You. Brother Yu, you know your own problems the best." Gu Fei said. Brother Yu was startled and felt very depressed. Gu Fei very tactfully told him, "You're not on the same level as them. You really need me to teach you a lesson about your actual combat level." After that, Brother Yu followed Gu Fei to visit a few types of monsters and witnessed the performance of Gu Fei's various weapons. Even the priest's healing staff was waved vigorously by him. But after they finished, he awkwardly explained to Brother Yu, "My methods are mainly for close combat. The priest class is really awkward. Mages can also chant spells to deal damage in close combat, but priests have almost no attack skills, so their damage output is really limited. Most people can't add strength. Sigh, even if they learn this method, the word efficiency can't be used." "You can't say that." Brother Yu hurriedly said, "You can't compare the efficiency of a priest and a warrior. You have to compare this problem horizontally. With this priest method of yours, you can just change it to another priest and have him train alone. Your method will definitely be more efficient. Apart from the short period of time when a priest can train alone, in the future, they will definitely need to rely on a team. Even if they only rely on quests to level up, when it comes to combat, they will still need to ask for help. With this method of yours, they can at least become a priest who doesn't need help." Yes, a priest with a team is indeed more efficient. But speaking of which, how do you think Gongzi, such an annoying guy, can find a leveling team to guarantee such a high level? Gu Fei occasionally gossiped. Nowadays, a 10-person leveling team needs 2 priests to ensure absolute safety. But Gongzi can heal alone without any mistakes. 1 less priest means 1 more damage output. Everyone wants a priest of this level. So what if they hate him? Experience is more important. Brother, you said. Sigh, public morals are degenerating day by day. Gu Fei sighed. Everything was based on experience. This was very similar to how everything in reality was based on money. No matter how virtual the game was, people's values were still the same. Chapter 595. By the time they finished researching the 6 types of monsters, the afternoon was already over. Gu Fei's face was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Brother Yu's notebook was filled with notes. My students' levels are low. This knight isn't even level 30 yet, so the monsters they chose are level 30. They're too low for you. Go back and see which level 40 monster you want to train. Let me know and I'll help you research. Gu Fei said to Brother Yu. Why are we going back? Now. Let's go. Brother Yu said impatiently. Gu Fei looked at the time. There was still some time before the students would come online after dinner. Gu Fei had been painstakingly teaching the students for the past 2 days. After all, it was impossible for the students to grasp everything perfectly after 2 hours of lessons. Gu Fei spent the rest of the time training with them, correcting everyone's mistakes. During the students' rest time, he had to come over to prepare for lessons. Originally, after preparing for lessons, he could rest for a while, but now he had to give Brother Yu extra lessons. Fortunately, Brother Yu only needed 1 day of lessons. There wouldn't be new problems every day. After nodding his head, Gu Fei decided to sacrifice today's rest time to help Brother Yu. What level do you think I can fight? Brother Yu asked. What level do you usually fight? Gu Fei asked. Level 45, but the efficiency of farming experience is about the same as fighting level 40. Brother Yu said. Players that were 5 levels higher were the choice for solo leveling. A skilled and powerful team could usually do it 10 levels higher. Players like Skinny Waist, who had overpowered equipment, could also do it 10 levels higher when solo leveling. Gu Fei, who was an inhuman monster, could do it 20 levels higher. This didn't mean that a level 40 player could kill a level 50 monster. If it was just killing monsters, players with decent equipment could do it, but the key was to ensure the efficiency of killing monsters. With the same amount of EXP, players could kill 2 level 40 monsters per minute, but they could only kill 1 level 50 monster per minute. Moreover, level 50 monsters couldn't possibly give twice as much EXP as level 40 monsters. Hence, in terms of EXP, killing level 40 monsters wasn't as easy as killing level 40 monsters. Therefore, killing monsters at this level was not considered skipping levels. In order to truly surpass one's level, one must have the experience of being a level higher. For example, Brother Yu, who was 5 levels higher than him but was still as efficient as a level 40 player, could only be considered half a level higher. However, EXP wasn't the only thing that could be gained from killing monsters. In terms of loot, the higher the level of the monster, the better the loot. Therefore, even though the EXP gained from killing level 40 and level 45 monsters was the same for Brother Yu, he was more willing to work harder to kill level 45 monsters. Even Gu Fei understood this principle very well. The two of them didn't waste any more words. Immediately, Brother Yu led the way to his usual leveling spot. In reality, leveling up for knights was the same as leveling for clerics. Forming a team was the most efficient way. However, after level 40, Dark Knights possessed powerful destructive power. After changing classes to Diablo, the former support knights all had the heart to deal damage. Hence, when leveling up with a team, they didn't carefully buff everyone. Instead, they bravely charged to the front lines. This kind of half-heartedness was, of course, very displeasing. After all, most players in charge of dealing damage thought of themselves as masters and treated the support classes as servants. As servants, instead of serving their masters, they actually rushed to steal their jobs. How could these masters tolerate this? Moreover, the knight class was simply an accelerator. Without a knight, the players would just slow down their leveling speed. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, there were many girls in the cleric army. This was an innate advantage that knights couldn't compare to. Hence, as a support class, knights were treated far worse than clerics. Now that knights had changed classes to Diablo, they had the strength to train solo. When leveling up with a team, no one would give them any face. Knights also took out the airs of a master and would no longer compromise. They all walked towards the era of solo adventuring. However, Brother Yu didn't belong to this situation. As the king of intelligence, Brother Yu mainly leveled up by completing quests. Occasionally, he would join a team and farm monsters. Now that he had the idea of mainly farming monsters, it had to be said that it was influenced by the environment. In the team that Brother Yu was in, there was no need to talk about the killing Gu Fei. The rest of them were also characters that could take charge of an area. Even the most unmotivated person would inevitably want to improve themselves in such a team. Brother Yu also gradually felt that it was embarrassing to always slack off during battles. Currently, the monsters that Brother Yu frequently farmed were the bonfire patrols in the White Stone City Wilderness Camp. They were level 44, 46, warrior class, and their weapons were one-handed swords. At the same time, they also carried a torch, which was also a powerful weapon in battle. When hit, it would cause a burning effect that would continuously reduce one's HP. It was very disgusting. Although it was disgusting, it was already a relatively good choice for solo leveling level 45 monsters. The setting of the game was obviously to encourage players to form teams. The higher the level of the monsters, the more they would live in groups. For example, those monsters that formed groups of 3 to 5 and had a chain of aggro were very difficult to farm, let alone those of a higher level. Fortunately, the game company didn't completely forget about those lone wolves who liked to train alone. They more or less created some small monsters that were suitable for solo leveling. The bonfire patrols were one of them. Moreover, they were the favorite choice of ordinary players in the level 40, 50 stage. This could be seen from the scene in front of him that there were indeed many players training in the wilderness camp. However, they all fought for themselves, guarding their own little space and quietly farming monsters. The reason why there were so many players who had the ability to solo monsters 5 levels higher was because of the difficulty of leveling up in the game. The high EXP requirement caused players to stay at the same stage for a very long time. If it was said that when they first leveled up, their equipment was relatively trash. However, after such a long time, a considerable number of players would be able to upgrade their equipment. The advantage of pioneers was precisely weakened by this setting. The higher the level, the more it was so. Let's find a place to start, Gu Fei said to Brother Yu. The two of them walked into the camp, looking for an unoccupied corner. Brother Yu had come here many times in the past 2 days, but he had never been here at this time. He had learned from the Han family young master and waited until the dead of night when there were fewer players online to level up. Therefore, he had never encountered this kind of problem. The two of them had already walked half a circle, but there was actually no place left. Gu Fei was very helpless, and Brother Yu was very depressed. What should we do? Gu Fei asked. Brother Yu hoped that Gu Fei would instantly clear out an empty space. However, he also knew that although Gu Fei was a ruthless person, he was not an unreasonable person. He could only sigh and say, "Let's walk a little more. If there's really nothing left, let's come back next time." Okay. Gu Fei responded and continued to look for a place. In the end, they did not find a place, but there were many players like them who were looking for a place. Therefore, Gu Fei began to take the initiative. He asked around if the players who were training were ready to leave. However, this behavior did not seem to be very popular. The players who were asked harshly said that they would train until they died. However, there were still good people in the world. Gu Fei and Brother Yu asked around. Everyone saw that they were eager to level up. Finally, someone took pity on them and took the initiative to wave at them. "Hey, you two, over here." The two of them looked at each other. After confirming that the person was calling them, they immediately ran over happily. "I'll be offline in a bit to eat," the player said to the two of them. Thank you, the two of them quickly said. "You two are training together?" the person asked curiously. This was a famous solo training spot in Whitestone City. Unless one of them was a freeloader, the two people in front of them were clearly 40+ EXP players. "We're not training. We're using monsters for research," Gu Fei said honestly. "Research?" The player was confused. "Researching efficient methods of killing monsters," Gu Fei said. The player was obviously interested in Gu Fei's words. He asked with great interest, "How do you research?" "You have to get monsters." Gu Fei laughed. At this time, there were no monsters spawning in this player's little world. In such a popular leveling spot, wanting to occupy a large area and continuously kill monsters was an extravagant hope. It was already good to have 2 or 3 monsters spawning for you to guard. Most players only guarded one, so there was no need to mention how difficult it was. "This place is about to spawn. Research one for me to see." The player smiled and pointed at the empty space in front of him. He said to Gu Fei. "Okay." Gu Fei unsheathed his sword. "Sword?" The player's eyeballs almost fell out. A mage used a sword. He quickly thought of a terrifying legend. He quickly used Identify and his eyeballs really did fall out. The sword in Gu Fei's hand was an extremely ordinary one-handed sword. He had casually gotten it when he was preparing for class. Gu Fei didn't want the monsters to die too quickly. He wanted to play with the monsters for as long as possible. With a flash of white light, the monsters spawned. Gu Fei rolled up his sleeves and smiled at the kind-hearted player. "Let's begin." After saying this, he struck out with his sword and attacked the monsters. The player opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. Brother Yu laughed at the side. This was the reaction a normal player should have when they saw a mage wielding a sword and fighting monsters in close combat. However, it was too early for him to be so shocked. The most exciting part was yet to come. The exciting attack that made Brother Yu feel like he had returned from Mount Huangshan finally began. Brother Yu watched as the player's expression changed from shock, to very shock, to extreme shock, to extreme shock. The player had already lost the ability to speak. He pointed at Gu Fei and gestured to Brother Yu. It was obvious that he wanted to ask something, but he couldn't form the words for a moment. Brother Yu smiled mysteriously. He realized that having a friend like Gu Fei was really something to be proud of. This. What do you mean by that?" The player finally said something. "Ahem, this." Brother Yu was about to say a few words when he suddenly heard a series of exclamations. The surrounding players were attracted by Gu Fei's fight. They stopped what they were doing and looked over. Some of them had even given up on their own little world to stand closer and get a clearer view. "Damn, it seems like I'm a little too proud," Brother Yu thought. Chapter 596. Ah. The screams continued. Brother Yu was completely drowned in Gu Fei's face. The levels of the students were relatively low. The highest level of the monsters that asked Gu Fei was only level 35. Gu Fei dealt with them quite easily. Now that he was facing a level 45 monster, his attention was naturally more focused. Those probing moves could only be faster and more exciting, causing the crowd to scream louder and louder. Brother Yu was completely insignificant in the midst of these screams. No one had the time to notice that he was Gu Fei's friend. A guy standing next to Brother Yu had a loud and clear voice. As he cheered, he grabbed Brother Yu and said, "This guy is so handsome. He must have practiced. So cool." "Yeah. He practiced," Brother Yu said. "Good. That guy was probably just looking for a random target to express his feelings. He didn't care whether Brother Yu was a human or a ghost." After saying that, he immediately turned his head and cheered. Gu Fei was also quite surprised to cause such a commotion, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Did he have to stop and persuade these people to disperse? If they wanted to watch, they could watch. It wasn't a big deal. Gu Fei didn't mind at all. He seriously tried to figure out the attack and defense patterns of the bonfire patrol, and came up with an effective strategy. Brother Yu had followed Gu Fei to prepare for the afternoon's lesson. He knew that this exciting process wouldn't be too long. It would last for about 10 minutes. As expected, after fighting with the monster for about 10 minutes, Gu Fei had already figured out the monster's attack rhythm and methods. Therefore, every hit landed on its flesh. Although Gu Fei had tried his best not to knock it down, he had still been fighting for 10 minutes. The small number of hits had accumulated to take away most of the monster's HP. Now that it received a few hits, it quickly fell to the ground. Gu Fei let out a long sigh of relief. He even smiled at the players who were cheering for the monster's death. He then looked around, but he could not find Brother Yu no matter how hard he tried. "Where is he?" Gu Fei sent a message. Here. Brother Yu's voice came from the crowd. Then, he struggled to squeeze out of the crowd and let out a long breath. As the crowd grew denser and denser, he was sandwiched in the middle. He almost couldn't breathe. The two met in front of everyone. Brother Yu felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many eyes. However, he saw that Gu Fei acted as if nothing had happened. He continued his work and calmly said to Brother Yu, "The moves are clear. We can go next." "Now?" Brother Yu asked. There were so many people watching. He didn't do anything wrong, but Brother Yu subconsciously felt a little guilty. "Then how much longer do we have to wait?" Gu Fei didn't understand. "We don't have to wait. You continue." Brother Yu gritted his teeth and went all out. Gu Fei was in the limelight so easily. Why did a small character like him have to pretend to be weak? Gu Fei nodded and quietly waited for the new monster to spawn. The surrounding players could also see that he was waiting for the monster to spawn. No one said anything and quietly waited for the next performance. The previous fight had left everyone wanting more. Everyone had already forgotten that they were playing a game. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time." Brother Yu smiled bitterly. Because he knew that what Gu Fei was going to do next was not only not exciting, it would be very boring. It would be a constant repetition of some fixed attack and defense moves. These moves were picked out by Gu Fei in the first wave of testing. In fact, these were the essence. However, as the saying goes, the connoisseur knows the ropes. The amateurs wanted to see the excitement. What Gu Fei was going to do next was, of course, the crowd that loved excitement the most didn't want to watch. Sure enough, when Gu Fei first started, everyone was still very excited. However, they soon discovered that this time was not the same as before. That spectacular and suffocating torrential storm of attacks had disappeared. Gu Fei very politely blamed you, then I, and kept using the same moves over and over again. Very soon, everyone had more or less memorized it, and it was so boring that they couldn't help but feel bored. The players abandoned their excitement and returned to reality. They began to wonder what Gu Fei was doing. Everyone whispered to each other, but they couldn't come to any conclusion. The kind-hearted player who provided Gu Fei and Brother Yu with the location to farm monsters came to Brother Yu's side. He was also very puzzled and asked, "Brother, what is he doing?" "His goal is to research a set of the most effective way to fight against the bonfire patrol." Just now he was testing out the attack and defense characteristics of this monster. Now he's really researching how to deal with this monster. Brother Yu replied. The player was a bit confused. He scratched his head and asked, "When are you guys going down?" "It's still early." Brother Yu said. "Oh, then I'll go eat something. Are you guys still here when I come back?" The player looked at the time and said, "Yes." Brother Yu nodded. He knew that this process of Gu phase wouldn't end so easily. "Okay then, I'll come back in a bit," the person said. "When the time comes, I can return the leveling area to you." Brother Yu smiled. Okay. The person actually had the same intention, so he hurriedly left after saying goodbye. The other players patiently watched for a while, but they still didn't see the exciting performance they were looking forward to. Someone shouted for Gu Fei to do it again. Gu Fei just smiled and didn't care. The players saw that there was no more show to watch, so they gradually dispersed. In addition, there were also curious people who wanted to go up and ask what was going on. Gu Fei didn't hide it. He continued to experiment and told those who came over to ask that he was researching an efficient way to fight. Efficiency? That counts as efficiency. The people looked like they heard a joke and laughed as they left. It was obvious that Gu Fei's previous monster killing had been spectacular. However, to the players, it was like watching an exciting martial arts show. If one were to compare killing monsters, then it had taken Gu Fei more than 10 minutes to kill monsters. If this was called efficiency, then it would be a joke. Gu Fei didn't care about these people's attitude and continued to focus on his own matters. After these people left, they would often turn their heads to look at Gu Fei to see if there would be any changes. In the end, all they saw was the same dull and boring scene. Finally, no one paid attention to Gu Fei's actions anymore. Level 45 monsters were obviously harder to deal with than the students' questions. Gu Fei spent about an entire class worth of time before he was able to come up with a strategy to deal with this monster. Brother Yu, who had been watching attentively from the side, knew that Gu Fei was about to succeed and was extremely excited. After a monster fell under Gu Fei's sword, Gu Fei also smiled as if he had harvested the fruit of victory and walked over to Brother Yu. "You did it?" Brother Yu hurriedly greeted him and asked. Gu Fei nodded, but said a word that Brother Yu didn't want to hear. But what?" Brother Yu was terrified. "This monster isn't easy to defeat. It has to have some agility. Have you added any points to agility?" Brother Yu was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied, "I have added a little." Brother Yu's original way of adding points was to imitate the cleric support profession, but it was reshuffled after he switched to the Dark Knight profession. As the research on the Dark Knight profession wasn't thorough enough, Brother Yu, who had always been cautious, added a few points that he thought he needed and kept the rest. He was prepared to put them all in when his thoughts were clear. "Oh. How much did you add?" Gu Fei knew the exact number. "A little." Brother Yu said. Gu Fei was stunned. Only then did he understand that when Brother Yu said, "a little," he was referring to a single point, not a small amount, just a little. "A little? What do you mean by a little?" Gu Fei was confused. My movement speed is lacking a little, but my agility can be increased by a level, so I added a little." Brother Yu explained. Accurate calculations were Brother Yu's best style. Gu Fei didn't dwell on this issue, but continued his topic. "A knight's agility is the same as a mage's, there's no need to modify it, right?" "Yes, 1-to-1. Brother Yu replied. Gu Fei nodded and said, "Then if you want to use my method to deal with this monster, you'll have to add a point to agility." "Add how much?" Brother Yu was terrified. He admitted that he didn't have Gu Fei's ability. Trying to imitate Gu Fei's full agility would be like trying to draw a tiger but end up like a dog. So he was very worried that Gu Fei would lead him down the path of a useless account. "For me, level 5 agility is enough. For you, I suggest adding 8 to 10 levels. Anyway, the more you add, the safer it will be. The less you add, the harder it will be. Gu Fei said to Brother Yu. That's a lot. Brother Yu was a little conflicted. Should he increase his agility in order to learn Gu Fei's monster fighting techniques before confirming if agility was useful for Dark Knights? Gu Fei also sighed. I know you guys won't add points randomly, but I've already found the lowest requirement. This level 45 monster is too high, it won't work without a certain level of speed as a guarantee. How about this, I'll demonstrate the method to you first, and you can try it on the monster after you memorize it. Add as much agility as you feel is enough. If you really can't bear to, then just practice the usual way. Yes, that's the only way. Brother Yu nodded. He felt that it was better to test it out himself. Alright, then watch carefully. It's a complete demonstration. Gu Fei said. Hee, I've already seen quite a bit. Brother Yu laughed. He had seen the entire process, and had already understood about 70 to 80% of it. Gu Fei continued to use his normal broken sword to attack the monster. A mature method was indeed different. He no longer fought back and forth with the monster. He continuously moved and attacked, dodging the monster's attacks and landing his own sword on the monster's body. Even though this monster wasn't killed quickly, Brother Yu knew that this was due to the limitations of equipment and class. If Gu Fei used the Night Stream Sword and Dual Flame Flash, or if he went up and used his incomplete Dark Knight's damage, then the true efficiency would be displayed. How is it, do you want to do it again? As the monster fell, Gu Fei asked Brother Yu. It's about time. I'll try it, and you correct it. Brother Yu said. Be careful, you don't have enough speed right now. Gu Fei said. I understand. Brother Yu said as he went up to pull the monster to practice. He remembered every move of Gu Fei's method very clearly. When he saw the monster hit him with the torch, he immediately moved to the side. In the end, he felt a scorching heat on his shoulder. As expected, his speed was too slow, and he wasn't able to dodge the torch. In the end, he was thwarted on the first move, and was unable to continue. To put it simply, Gu Fei's method was a method that specifically targeted monsters. ABC dealt with the monsters 123, and Brother Yu's situation was that he didn't have enough speed. As a result, he could have dealt with the first attack, but he used half of it, so he naturally couldn't avoid being hit. What's worse was that the monster had already used the second attack, and because Brother Yu hadn't finished using the first attack, he couldn't follow up with the second attack. As a result, he took the second attack, followed by 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the monster was beaten up. The pitiful Brother Yu was still stuck with the first attack. In the end, he completely abandoned Gu Fei's method, and used his own bumpkin method to kill the monster. When he turned around to look at Gu Fei, his face was full of shame. How much agility do you think you're lacking? Gu Fei asked. Brother Yu couldn't answer. Even though he was good at calculation, he couldn't grasp the finesse in battle. I'll show you 2 more times. Memorize it. Gu Fei said. All right. Brother Yu was a bit helpless, and his heart was in a fierce struggle. Watch carefully. Gu Fei made his move. Brother Yu saw a purple light flash past, and discovered that Gu Fei's Dark Moonstream sword had appeared. Although he still didn't use any spells, the damage he dealt was on a completely different level compared to the damage dealt by the broken sword from before. In addition, Gu Fei even used several enchantment equipment. This time, he was able to deal with the small monsters with ease. The word efficiency was finally being displayed. How is it? Gu Fei laughed. Damn. Brother Yu was depressed. Although Gu Fei didn't tell him to increase his agility, he still used this method to tempt him. What was even more painful was that he was tempted, and had the urge to go all out and increase his agility. Here it comes again. Another monster spawned. Gu Fei yelled and attacked. This time, his luck was better than before. He used enchantments more frequently, and the monsters were even sharper. Brother Yu forcefully restrained himself. Fuck, that's too awesome. Did you succeed? At this time, a voice sounded. Gu Fei and Brother Yu turned around to look. The kind-hearted player had already finished his meal, and just happened to witness Gu Fei's last two demonstrations. This time, it was a genuine demonstration of efficiency, and even a layman could recognize it. Yeah. Gu Fei nodded. How did you do it? The player asked. When I spawn monsters, I'll show you. Gu Fei laughed. He didn't treat his skill as a treasure at all. Okay. The player was extremely excited. He felt like he was the main character in a YY novel. He only did something insignificant, but in exchange, he received generous rewards from the hero, who was about to teach him an unparalleled godly skill. The monsters spawned very quickly. This time, Gu Fei switched to the broken sword in order to make it easier for others to see. Moreover, the damage he dealt was relatively light. As a result, when he killed the monster, the word efficiency disappeared with the wind. The player didn't understand. Why does it seem like I did it on purpose to let you see it clearly? Gu Fei said. Huh? At this time, another monster spawned. Gu Fei quickly switched to a night streamer, and turned around with dual flame flash. Two streaks of flame slashed onto the monster's body, killing it on the spot. Gu Fei put away his equipment and said to the dumbfounded player, Look, you won't be able to see anything like this. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.